I'll email you.
Ready?
Oh.
I really wanted to. I really wanted to have some slides for you all, but I just didn't have enough time. I apologize. Swear to God.
I, for one, am glad.
Oh, when in the one-on-one,
Yeah.
anything. I said, yes. Bareback,
Totally
till
stood
tomorrow.
behind- I mean, it had
Like, I don't think you're anything else to say that.
I think she was like, ooh, I get to make slides. Yeah. Grad school.
What she said was, I'm going to provide this accommodation for those that don't read email.
I need an IEP for today.
Yes, that's there. I love
Right.
it.
So let's get the pre-workbook section started. Do you have something to say to kick us off there for?
I just said, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started with our pre-work. As we know, this is not an opportunity for us to vote or anything like this. This is just our way of learning more and growing more. So, and this month, it's going to actually be board member Gina Johnson Davis, who is going to lead us through a discussion on Great on their behalf,
Yes.
specifically looking at monitoring.
Yes, yes. And I enjoyed these three chapters more than I thought I would. But it's been an easy read, and so I mean that in a good way. And so step 3 talks about monitoring progress, and so chapter 11, the first of the 3 chapters, talks about effective progress monitoring and why it's important. And so it emphasized the importance of how the board can inspire continuous improvement in the classroom by modeling at the board level. And it gave a great discussion on effective monitoring calendars, which was timely for me since we just discussed that during the last month's meeting. And so what was also new for me was that goal monitoring calendars for the board should follow a 36 to 60 month schedule. Whereas when we first got on the board, it was like we started off with a year-long calendar, and every month there were things that we discussed. I never felt like we really got to the goal monitoring part because we were going over a lot of language that was in the goals and what they meant, and how they were interpreted and things like that.
Wouldn't it because you had a couple lawyers on the board? I'm just gonna speculate. Yeah, I mean, we would show up and just discuss COVID for 3 hours and then go home. Not really, but.
And yeah, but I remember.
Your PTSD.
But I remember even Dr. Huddleston. It was a rather laborious conversation. She was asked in terms of words that were in the goals. I don't know if you remember that. But anyway, I don't think we ever really got to what the author discusses here. And so he describes what effective board member participation looks like. And what also stood out to me is that monitoring is not an opportunity for the board to give the superintendent advice, which, you know, we all come from these spaces of expertise. And, you know, as a teacher, I probably do that, but that's not our role to give advice on what should and should not be done. And so he also talks about what effective superintendent participation entails. And so I appreciate the commentary on data and why boards should always be presented with real, honest data, and it shouldn't be sugar-coated. We should reject the natural inclination to avoid data that doesn't align with what we want to do, which can be challenging. And we just need to follow the data where it leads us. He talks about how the board must engage in open communication with the superintendent as she shares data, and that we are mindful about managing our emotions. Of course, we're all passionate, and we're passionate about the children, and but I really like the reminder, and took it straight out the book, that it's disciplined behavior that drives continuous improvement, which improves student outcomes. The author also emphasized how board members being prepared to ask specific types of questions during the goal monitoring conversation. We should make sure that we understand the difference between technical, tactical, and strategic questions. And so that was a good conversation for me, too. So from chapter 11, you know, I asked you all, and you may not have done this by chapter, and if you didn't, that's okay. But I'd ask you all to share like 3 things that you learned from the reading, 2 things that you like to learn more about, and 1 question that you still have. So maybe there's just, you know, 1 thing you could share from chapter 11 that you learned.
I mean, I guess I'm like you, I highlighted a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And there were a few things, I think, how we use that monitoring to increase the quality of instruction. Not just what we're doing to try to close the achievement gap, but how are we using that data to actually improve the instruction? Kind of resonated with me.
But on page 172, where they talk about monitoring reports and very specifically what it is that the superintendent is doing as the information is presented. It is not just the data of what has happened, but it's also the full analysis of what has happened. It's that the management discussion and analysis part that says this works, this didn't work, this is why we think what didn't work, this is what we're doing to fix what didn't work. Like that, I think that helps us a lot, not offering advice if we feel like you're coming to the table having fully thought through it. And it also allows us, I think, that opens the opportunity to say, okay, so are we actually monitoring the right thing? Is the goal actually a reasonable goal? Is it allows us to engage at that strategic level rather than getting into the tactical weeds of what, yeah, exactly.
I think if you look on 173, he very clearly outlines what it needs to be effective. So we have a finite amount of time. So the first thing is to make sure that we're prepared ahead of time. So that we read the packet ahead of time, we highlight what we want to focus on. And then understanding the difference between what is reality, so current state, versus what we're working on, so the highway to get there, and then ultimately what the goal is. So I think sometimes it's easy to get those things confused, like with our ideal state, where we are currently, and then how we're getting there. And then that kind of monitoring calendar, and I think, not to jump ahead, but one of my questions was how you decide the frequency of which you want to monitor certain things. I think those are some things that we could decide amongst ourselves. But I was kind of waiting for him to give me some kind of framework. I think there's some things that we look at all the time. Like we definitely look at data on scores all the time. We talked about discipline. Maybe we should look at that quarterly. But then we've talked a little bit about things like high school, standardized test scores like AP and IB scores. That's something that we should look at the end of the calendar year.
Right.
But that way you don't get off into the weeds by something that kind of catches your attention. So something that becomes social media frenzy, or you get a complaint, and then you could easily get anchored on that and then forget about all the other things they're supposed to be routinely.
Maybe it was the word coach, 169, but it just talked about the coach and the way that the coach helps the teacher see what's working, progress monitor, and attending the chair training. And they went around and just were like, what's some of the most ridiculous things within y'all? Dr. Whitter and I just started, but the one that stuck out to me is like, someone shared with me a story that they added a new school board who got elected because they really wanted a new football coach. Like, that's why they got elected, that's why they ran. Like, we got to fix a new football coach, I know more about football than you do, Miss Superintendent, so why haven't we fired him yet? And it was just sort of like, how do you turn that person into an effective school board member? How can that person be an effective school board member? Because the community elects people for a lot of reasons, but when we go back, it's like, the community has shared with us a vision. That's what we want to be done. Football coach was not on the list for us. We don't have to really worry about it, but it could be on the list for a different district, particularly here in Georgia. And then we don't look at the strategic plan and say, Dana, you taught special ed, and it says here we should use, have you put together your list for the special ed department for them? No, but you are exceptional at looking at data and saying, hey, by the way, the community cares about special, what are we doing? What are we doing this month? What are we doing next year? What are we doing in month 36? What can I expect? What can I help? Et cetera. And that's hard. Like, I look at the budget and finance stuff, and Hans has gone through it as well, where that's our background, where I'm like, we need to tighten up. Come on, Nita, how haven't you not done this immediately? Don't you work for me in this world? And instead, she stays in her lane. It takes a while. It takes to learn. Like the vision of we want a well-oiled financial, you can't click your fingers and get that done. That's hard. That's really hard. Because we also keep getting dragged, and she talked about that. I love this phrase. The author uses adult behavior change. Not just us, but like social media and stuff, and like, oh, we're working on this. What is the issue du jour indicator?
So Jana, you pulled the comment out that I was gonna absolutely outline, and while I think it's great for us, it is a thing I would, if anything out of this book gets out into the community for the community to also absorb, it would be that sentence: disciplined behavior that drives continuous improvement, right? Like, your feelings of anger or frustration that students are not yet achieving in some areas are legitimate, but your feelings do not improve student outcomes.
Right.
The disciplined behavior does, and so that certainly resonates.
I think with me being, what, part of the, the East person and feelings are, I think.
No, you're
Oh, no, she
Oh,
was just
South,
out.
South,
Yeah.
South, okay, yeah.
I was looking across the room.
I couldn't remember. But, you know, every time feelings came up, that kind of resonated with me because I am a feeling person.
Yeah.
And so it was a good reminder.
Yeah.
And so then with chapter 12, that chapter is about evaluating board performance. And so it really discussed the correlation between the influence that the school board being on a continuous improvement trajectory has on the school system being on a continuous improvement trajectory.
Yeah.
And that there's a trickle-down effect on how each level of the school system is impacted when the level above is practicing continuous improvement and modeling that. School boards must self-evaluate to continuously improve. And so what was also impactful for me was, you know, I know that we do that typically at the beginning of the year, but the author suggests a quarterly self-evaluation, which we haven't been doing. And he recommends these 5 principles that, you know, school boards should implement. Using the instrument that the author recommends, the board should achieve a score of at least 80 within the first 2 years. And so, you know, maybe we'll take a look at that instrument and talk some more about that.
Can I say something?
Please.
So, well,
Guess
what
what
if,
you're doing next month?
no, well, what you are going to do is we're gonna take the GSBA self-assessment and then create a true action plan based upon the needs development areas and the ways in which what courses, development options, things of that nature will help build the capacity in the areas that this board has identified. So no, I wasn't gonna introduce another tool, because
We just,
finished one last month. But now it's time to take the results of that tool and now create the action plan, so, and then go from there.
To be honest, though, I would not mind taking a look at the instrument that he proposes, just because I think having that kind of a framework or some kind of framework like that really is highly focused on student outcomes. I think it's worth us taking, I mean,
Yes,
again, we did just do it, but if we do it probably May-ish or maybe the end of the year, that might be, I would be interested in, I don't know how y'all feel about that.
I think I'm confused, and I think we brought this up at the retreat. So the strategic plan that James cited was one that predates you and me. And my understanding was it evolves, right, as our students' needs evolve or our community things evolve, like the lunch plan, right, or the school nutrition budget, which I believe was a a newer thing that we had to focus on this year. So am I wrong in saying that when we are looking at that strategic plan and we are discovering, like you said, something like the absence of the evaluating calendar more regularly, or implementing this new tool, or looking at APIB, then wouldn't that invite this new tool too? 'Cause I'm trying to figure out, like, what you cited about.
Everything you just cited would fall under a strategic plan
Okay.
of academic achievement. Yes, it predates her.
Okay.
It was a year and a half process that was very community-led, and
Sure.
we talk about it at every school board meeting, like,
Yeah.
these are the 4 or 5 principles.
Sure.
And there were things that we learned from there that, like, I get guilty. To me, it was shocking how much being green was a priority of our
Mhm.
community. Not that it's not important to me. I've had a number of people be like, you don't care, but listen, let's go. I love the green. It shocked me. Well, that's one of our priorities in the strategic plan, and academic excellence or whatever. And so we say, like, these are the 5 things we're going to look for.
Mhm.
And then what you're talking about is under that umbrella of academic excellence. Yeah, that will change.
Sure.
We're going to focus on equity within academic excellence. That's an important part equity is that strategic plan that's interwoven within everything. It's not its own agenda item. It is the agenda for all items. And so how is that going to be implemented? You are correct, as a board member, you can raise, like, hey, one of the ways that I think we as a community should be monitoring this is this data, but ultimately it's not our job to, go in and say, like, hey, this is the way we want to do academic excellence.
Oh, yeah, of course.
We just want to keep academic excellence at the forefront of all conversations.
Yeah, so as we are talking about what's called, is known as a BMOP, which is the Board Management Oversight Process. So that 36-month view says, so I like numbers, 4 by 4. So we have 4 strategic accelerators. Under each 4 strategic accelerators, based upon what we did last week, was it last week? Maybe the week before that. You have 4 really initiatives under each one. So that's 16. It's a year and a half. And then a year and a half again, well, you're almost at the end of this full strategic plan.
Mm-hmm.
So now you take the 16, the 4 by 4, you map it out across 36. Then you layer on top of that the natural data releases. So a natural data release is, when do we receive our milestone scores that we can actually talk about out loud? Because we receive them, but they're embargoed, so we can't talk about them from here, but the analysis begins. AP, graduation rate, IB, and then there are the interim data points. Interim data points would be results of the universal screener, understanding STAR at mid-year. What does that mid-year, and how does that give us a predictor for the summative of milestones? But then you bring in behavior. How does behavior, when do we do behavior? Those are student outcomes. Then you have to think about all the operational pieces. When do you have the state of operations as far as a division? All of those other pieces get layered as well. So we started, if you will, with here's at least the dates on the calendar for retreats, board meetings, community meetings, and the superintendent evaluation. From there, we now layer in strat plan, which is board management oversight. You layer in data release. You layer in all of these other pieces, and I'll bring you that very shortly. So, I'm working on it later on this month, and it will be color-coded.
Then is that, I guess asking the board, are we as a body interested in evaluating his instrument, the 0 to 80 or minimum score of 80 as a part of our?
I'll be totally frank with you. I would love an instrument where we could self-evaluate as board members, and if the instrument provides that. So Jana goes home, fills it out for herself, kind of provides feedback, it creates a document. where then like we have like, it could be anonymous, I don't care. I would love a tool like that. If it's another tool of like, here's a list of things to discuss, yeah, well, and I'm not even time-wise, I was just like, we kind of go where that's not what I'm complaining about at this second. At this second, I'm saying that I think that putting it in writing beforehand, some tool like that would be very useful.
Yeah,
And-
I thoroughly agree.
And his work actually has been partnered with, Council of Great City Schools. And I do have access to like his rubric.
Cool.
Go through all of the 5 core principles. So his 5 core principles would be a layered standard, because you think standards and domains. When you think about GSBA, they're standards and domains. So this would be a layered standard and domain for how to integrate that. And so I can share that obviously with you. Know that, former board member Leslie Grant in Atlanta Public Schools is actually a part of the creation and all of that, these documents, because it was one of the things that, from the Council of Great City Schools, which is a national organization, did do a lot of work with this in training with their boards.
So I would be interested to do it, and we can do it like that, but we would still have to have a group discussion.
Yeah, I think what we're missing, I'm not trying to ban group discussions, but a written document that we could bring to the group
Yes.
discussion and read.
I mean, I would take it a step further. I think it ought to be able to pull our scores together, aggregate what as a body we thought it was. We have the ability to compare what we said versus the aggregate body, and then that gives us a robust place to have a conversation.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
Can I ask one question, since we're putting students on the board? Did I read on page 190 that the suggestion was, if we're gonna evaluate something like professional development, bring students in?
I read that.
Yeah, that first full, because I thought that was a cool idea. Maybe I
190?
misread this.
So I
Well,
was,
it would
I was
be
trying to
ideal
understand.
for the board to include students in its professional development. Now, what wasn't clear for me from that comment was,
Mhm.
are you seeking board performance feedback from students? Or, like, what does
Was
it
it
mean?
student outcomes?
That was a question of mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So when I read it, I thought, well, we're moving in that direction, because we will have a student member that will be a representative on our board to be able to give us feedback and be a part of conversation, which is not necessarily something that we've done in the past. So when you think about where you're customizing your school board's journey, that is that is how we are customizing, so that we are amplifying student voice. And once again, going back into building and engaging an inclusive culture, which is the strategic accelerator of the All-In Decatur Plan. So it really helps to create that through line of customizing, as it says in here, your school board journey for what is necessary for your continuous improvement.
Carmen, did you have any things that you'd like to learn more about from this chapter, from chapter 12?
I don't think so. Not that we haven't already talked about.
So that was a kind of a shorter chapter compared to chapter 11. Moving on to chapter 13, it's about evaluating student performance. He really emphasizes how the superintendent should not be evaluated on anything other than goals and guardrails. And this is another place where feelings often can, weave its way in, but we really should avoid evaluating on anything else, like how we feel about the superintendent's performance, which can erode the focus on student outcomes. And then there was a point that he made on page 197, the last paragraph, that resonated with me. And a student outcomes focused approach to governing, the single most important point to understand about the superintendent evaluation is that the superintendent's performance is indistinguishable from the school system's performance. And so he talks about how oftentimes school systems will try to separate those two things, but really they should not be.
So I have a big old question about that point, because I definitely underlined it, right? But so let's take our existing example. right? So we have a brand-new superintendent that's coming into a system that as, in aggregate is actually doing well, but we have identified a subset of students that are struggling, and it is due to the manner in which the schools are delivering educational services.
Mhm.
And so we are underperforming as a school system. Does that mean our superintendent, who really only picked up the reins, is underperforming? That to me feels like an unfair connection. That you can have a system that is underperforming and a superintendent that is taking steps to improve it. You can actually see the steps of improvement happening. The data is improving, but it is still underperforming. Like, we are going to be underperforming for a couple of years here. The wording of that sentence sets my teeth on edge a little bit.
Well, it's always relative, and earlier, I think in that chapter, there's a discussion about how data should always be looked at from the starting point, the benchmark, et cetera.
Yeah.
So when Dr. Whitaker showing up, and, at APS and, so testing scandals happen, and that's there's a very different set of metrics to measure success over 2 years than showing up in Decatur, than showing up in Bibb County, than showing up in Vidalia. And so our job is to say, this is the benchmark we are going to measure you from in your first 2 years. And if those look the same to start year 3 as they did 1, then we're a bad board.
So then what he should have said is the superintendent's performance is indistinguishable from the school system's relative performance, right? Relative to where it was before. Because on an absolute basis, which is how it's written, we're going to underperform for a while.
I think he said something about that earlier too, that
I think it's the goals. So the KPI is the next step in the strategic plan. So that means we have to take the time to say, here is where we are now. Where will the target be next year, year after that, the year after that, to the end of the strategic plan? And whether or not we're making said targets for within the KPIs of the strategic plan, that is part where the
So it is relative, yeah, I got you.
that's the relative piece. And that is the next step of what we're doing with the strat plan.
I thought he also said that if progress isn't being made, then the superintendent should have some strategies that she's sharing with us
About how to, yeah.
about, how we're going to, improve things.
However, it says right here on 197 that that's based on whether students are learning, while measuring superintendent success based on whether the superintendent has done things that the board members like. So that kind of goes right back to the first chapter, that we can't always tell the superintendent how to get to those particular goals. We have to put guardrails in place, so we can't dictate exactly how the car is driven. Her performance is indistinguishable from the school system's performance, but we can't say that just because we don't like how she's doing it, that it's not getting done.
I think where I struggle is, like, I think of it at a classroom level, and so my understanding is the state of Georgia is looking at, SGP. I think it's student growth performance, because to your point, no teacher can be measured on 1 year from a student going from, 20 to 80.
Right.
So do we have, and then, what I looked at was also the monitoring where, according to, I think, what he claimed, meeting be about student data. And I could be misquoting that. I don't feel like we're doing that. And I, having more, numbers overwhelm me. In other cases, I like the reminder that we can't read into the numbers. But I do think it's worth considering some kind of student growth measurement besides just in 2 years.
Oh, totally agree. I think we're all, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Yeah.
I thought that what from at the beginning of the book was that the board agenda needs to be dedicated to student outcomes in some form or fashion. So it may not be student data per se, but you should be able to, it ties to student outcomes. So if Lonita's presenting on the budget, well, that may not be test scores and student data, but
Ultimately.
ultimately it is tied to student outcomes
Right.
because she's presenting programs or, you know, school nutrition, she's telling you what the connection is, but it may not be student data per se.
And I will say, you have to think about the entire, day. So it's not just from when Board Chair Herndon hits the gavel at 5 p.m., but in your work session, we typically, every month, are putting some type of student data before you, based upon what's appropriate. And I say appropriate, meaning release of data. I'm not going to go pull data that we, is not timely. But student data is discipline data. And that's part of that BMOC process where we literally go through assessment, use of data, not just administration of data, but the assessment use of data that must be done. And it says it here in the book, first by myself and cabinet, and then to you as a governing body. And we just want to make sure we always do that. That's part of the calendar that's even in place for this year, but will be a part of the larger BMOP process.
And on page 170, what he says is, by investing at least 50% of the board's time each month into monitoring progress towards the vision.
Mm-hmm.
So, to Carmen's point, I don't interpret that as just student data.
Student outcome, though.
Huh?
But it may be student outcome.
Yeah, or I guess also, what is the vision? He says the vision, so.
I would say it's this. This is when we're presenting, you should be able to see those 4 strategic accelerators, those KPIs identified, that through line from gave us the strat plan, and this is the how.
I still don't agree that there are things that you're not evaluating the superintendent on beyond just school performance. Back on that. Based upon very specific and concrete experience that this system has had with previous superintendents, right?
But say that sentence again.
I think that there are times when you are going to so clearly you evaluate the superintendent on school system performance.
Mm-hmm.
But you should also be evaluating the superintendent beyond just. If all you're doing is evaluating the superintendent based on school performance, then you are missing areas where your superintendent may be underperforming that need to be accounted for. Dr. Duty's a fantastic example of this. By all of the data that we were looking at then, granted we are looking at better data now, but at the data that we were looking at then, the aggregate system was not dramatically underperforming. And it was not a strategic imperative to specifically move a particular subgroup up in the rank. Now, I mean, obviously you were fighting for that, but I don't think the previous board was. He took some concretely problematic steps, and we're not gonna revisit all of this stuff, right? But that were not related to school performance, but that were terminable offenses nonetheless. And that is absolutely something that we ought to be evaluating the superintendent on. You cannot be taking steps that are crazy.
Well, I guess there are things that fall outside of, what are your contract and, ethical, yeah, those things
So
that
if the school system's cranking it, if the students are doing fantastic and Dr. Whitaker steals $3 million, we're still gonna fire you.
But that's within the whole, ethics and.
I got it, but that's not necessarily student performance. That's what I'm kind of saying. That's what I'm saying. So
we did discuss that literal issue happening in some counties in Georgia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent school system, doing really well.
but
Yes, so know that the alignment to the
Donation.
superintendent's evaluation, foundationally, there are ethics. Foundationally, those things that I must abide by contractually.
Right.
Right.
Then, obviously, the strategic plan and its goals are my goals and guardrails.
Okay.
And then, in Georgia, part of it is always board and superintendent relations as well. Yeah. So those would be the 5 standards. in which I'm evaluated, and the 4 pieces around the strategic plan really is the goals and guardrails that he's speaking.
So there are maybe a way to think about it that's helpful, is that there are a set of like baseline must-haves. You must be ethical, you must not break the law, you must, baseline must-haves. And then everything beyond that is, how are the kids doing?
May I ask for one piece of homework, and it's building on what you were saying, James, and what you were saying. When I look at page 173, desired result of monitoring is to understand the current reality for our students
Yeah.
as compared to the vision that we've adopted for them. I mean, could we possibly start with that as the first part of the tool that we were talking about, where, you know, to your point, James, if we have this in writing first, a touchstone to talk about? I guess what I'm trying to get at is, we know there are goals, and I think you've, you know, referenced, maybe because I'm new to this, I often, I think, am unaware of how quickly I want things to move.
Yeah.
But I also felt like it might be a way for all of us to see what we think about the current reality of our students as we're looking at those long-term goals.
Do you not think we've done that? I mean, I do think actually the last public session, my entire piece that I talked about in front of the group or the community was that, like, look, y'all, we've ignored this. Look at where our students currently are.
I think I have such a pedantic, and I own that, understanding of current. So, like, if we're talking about the public session we did in January, we're already in March here.
February.
Or was it, I thought it was January, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
And so I'm just, and I can't help it, I'm trying to program my brain to operate as the daily, you know, individual versus the long term. So, yeah, if y'all don't think we need it, that's fine. I just wondered if it was, I feel like we still look at it more big picture. What is the day-to-day kind of?
You wanna look, so say that again, you wanna look at the day-to-day of what?
Well, so we know that our goal is to close this achievement gap. That is clear, right? And we've looked at those numbers, and we know that we're putting processes in place to help that. We have a more robust MTSS program as one example. But do we all have a shared understanding of what we think is currently happening, whether we're defining current as today or weekly for our students, versus these things that are being put in place so that in that future 2 years gap closing?
Not 2 years, but I think probably, like, I would not expect to take a look at the current performance of economically disadvantaged kids today. That is not gonna really change. There's a half a dozen things that we're talking about doing, and each time the next measure of whatever that performance is that comes up on the calendar is when I would wanna look at that again. But I feel like, honestly, for the first time I've been involved in this system, we have talked a lot about knowing that this nebulous gap is out there. I think for the first time in the system, we've really sort of said, precisely, here is exactly where it is. And here are the, like, 10 things that we need to do to close it.
Yeah, and I thought that I read, you know, when this calendar is laid out, that it will be based on, progress monitoring, that the superintendent knows that certain times of the year that we can get certain bits of information.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I think I'd like to see that calendar first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Oh.
assessment use calendar, there is the assessment calendar, which is, this is when you administer the test. And then there is the assessment use calendar. The assessment use says, how are the teachers gonna use it, and when is that window? How are the leaders gonna use it, and when is that window? How is my instructional cabinet going to use it, and when is that window? And then how do I actually provide that update to the entire board? That is board management oversight, but at first have to look at the administration of the assessment. Right, I gotta move so that you guys get someone else to talk about nutrition.
Yep.
Oh, 'cause
gotta move on.
I can't give y'all a ticket out the door.
No.
No, you know what? I gave them a
He wanted
ticket out of the door. You missed it.
Yeah.
I gave a ticket out the door and I had them fill it out. It was 3, 2,
Oh,
1.
oh, wow, okay.
Tracy, you'll lead
You're
step
really
4
good,
next
though.
time.
I don't know if I'll have your good summary then.
Step 4 next month.
We've gotten better at, mine was the first, and I was sort of like, oh, did y'all read it?
Good, you got off to a good start, huh?
I was a instructor.
Set the bar, for sure.
All right.
All right, moving on to
Nutrition. Who's ready to talk nutrition again? If you'll take one and pass it down. I did bring you back a clean copy of our participant guide from last time. So we're gonna, keep hacking away at, establishing the nutrition policy. We did first talk about identifying our priorities. So among the priorities and common priorities that we named that we're trying to, ground our decision-making in is both fiscal sustainability and transparency, the idea that debt does not accrue year over year. Related to that was equity. Equity came up a number of times in different ways. One was in the allocation of resources based on need. So understanding that if we were taking funds to help pay a balance of nutrition, we were taking it from somewhere else. So the idea that we need to be equitable in our decision-making about how we allocate resources. Also related to that was transparency and access to information and resources. Being transparent, making sure everyone knows what's available, applications are out there, providing that support, and a whole lot about proactive communication too. So making sure that we're communicating about debt, about possibilities, providing supports to encourage families who might qualify for free and reduced lunch to complete applications and things like that. There were values around having access to healthy meals and overall student well-being, and then also a little bit about building and leveraging community partnerships. So these were the big ideas that you all shared last time, and we started tackling a couple things, but I wanted to bring you up to date about the current state. So I told you last time that since we have relieved the $88,000 in debt, we're continuing to accrue it. The current meal debt as of this morning was about $7,700. So that's the debt that we're currently facing since it was relieved on February 2nd.
So in a month,
About a month,
$7,000 in debt has accrued.
yes.
Well, wait, so daily debt averages around 700. That means 5 days a week, we're averaging 35.
So a little bit of math here. So
Yeah.
we're running a bunch of things, but largely what happens is we've looked at daily, day by day, where our debt is. And so on any given day, it kind of ranges from maybe I've collected about $215 in debt this way to a high, which was an outlier of $1,500 a day as well. All right. And then we started to run and calculate some averages. It's actually kind of, I put in some more data since this model was initially run, but it was averaging, at that point about $700 a day. We saw some time where the debt, some people, the notices go out on Fridays, so sometimes on Mondays, we actually see a positive. So it is taking into account what exists, what's paid, so a whole bunch of different things. Long and short, we're still racking up debt on a daily basis, and in the last month-ish, we have about $7,700 in debt.
We didn't go to school for a week of that.
We didn't go to a school for a week of that, so it's probably been about a month when you take out the week that we weren't in school, because we're mid-March now, and that was early February.
And that's with all of the improvements that Eston made to Infinite Campus, the push notifications, all of that business is working and functioning to capabilities.
So we're racking, if $7,700 over roughly 20 days of school. So
Yep.
that's $400 a day we're adding to our debt balance.
And I don't know if you have this, are there patterns of it? So I see like daily rates, and there may be a higher daily rate at a high school than an elementary school, but then I think to the question you're asking, if we've already looked at communications, are we seeing any other correlations where there might?
On Friday is one of those. So I see a lot of parents will call, want to arrange payments, and you'll have a lot of payments will be made over the weekend and on Monday. So we'll see that. I've seen ups on some Tuesdays that happens to be our nacho days, and a couple of other days that a lot more students will participate.
The big takeaway I have here is that in 1 month, we have racked up roughly the same average amount of debt that we have been racking up previously that got us to the $88,000. That maybe a few $1,000s less, but we're on track to rack up about $78,000 worth of debt if we were annualizing it. So,
At this pace, we'll be right back where we started in several.
100% is what I'm saying, 100%.
Hmm.
So we have wiped the debt, we have not wiped the problem.
Problem, correct.
Please go on.
All right, so going on, we did reach some consensus last time. One of the things we talked about was, the idea that students may charge up to 3 days. We talked about differentiating at elementary and high, ultimately came up to 3 days. There is an asterisk there because we did do some research, and our current system doesn't allow us to calculate it by the day. So if you remember, there was some conversation about we might have to turn that into amounts. And it looks like at this point, you know, that's something that we would have to do, but around the idea of 3 days, elementary, middle, and high. Remember, one of the things that kind of came up that we'll flirt into today was maybe one opportunity to differentiate between elementary, middle, and high is with the idea of, are we providing an alternate meal? Are we providing no meal? That might be a place that you want to differentiate, was mentioned at the table last time. Proactive communication was really important as well. We all agreed that the minute that there's a deficit, there needs to be communication from the district's end on that, and any other proactive communication as part of the policy. And then there was consensus as well about adults should not be allowed to charge meals. So we came and stamped that. A little out of the first category, but there was also agreement on, again, communication. What can CSD do from a communication standpoint? And then there was also talk about people being comfortable with, like, relying on a social worker once we've reached a certain amount of debt as well, to be a resource that we could rely on too. So that's kind of the conversations that we talked about last time. But if you remember, we really only got to one, which was the meal charge element. So on page 5 of your participant guide, kind of the next big topic, and probably, you know, maybe the most challenging for us to tackle here, is the idea of an alternate meal. All right? And so the key question for us here is, shall an alternate meal be provided? And if so, what expectations are there for this? Remember, we're trying to put into policy our what's, our beliefs, right? Thinking also about those values that we reviewed, but what is it that we really believe about an alternate meal, and if it should be provided? If you remember, there's some language here. There's just language pulled from district policies all over, all right? So they are not meant to be exclusive. They're not meant to be multiple choice, but it can range from no alternate meal should be provided to, we can say something along the lines of, we strongly oppose the charging of meals. However, we will blah, 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 if an amount exceeds. It's not going to be easy, right? But this is where we need to be able to come to consensus so that we can get the policy in place, so we can work towards that debt and knowing where we're going. I'm going to give you just a minute to reflect. Don't have a lot of time.
Go there. We'll each speak once on it. What are you struggling
I'm
with?
struggling because I feel like the most feedback I got said we shouldn't have alternative meals. I'm not talking about myself, I'm not
Yeah.
talking about fiscal responsibility, I'm just talking about what I heard.
Do you believe that that feedback was we shouldn't have alternative meals and not have anything, or we shouldn't have alternative
Alternative
meals,
meals.
we should provide a full meal?
I
The
felt
latter.
like it was implied that we should be a full meal. That's what I felt like I was hearing from the community.
Hans, what do you think?
I am 100% the opposite of that. I think that I can wrap my head around alternative meals for elementary school, middle school, and high school. If you have exceeded your 3 charges, I am not pulling funds out of the general fund budget to fund rich kids getting money or getting food at the expense of the kids in the classroom.
Harmon?
I think I like the language between A and B. I think we need to start with B, because I think the stigma is that, or the misunderstanding is that we would shame a child if they had to have this alternative meal. But from a fiscal standpoint, to Hans's point, we have wiped the debt, but we've left the core, the root of the problem in place, which is that, you know, the nutrition program cannot survive at this pace. It is a not-for-profit program. It cannot survive. So if we lead with the point that we will treat students with dignity and respect and continue to feed them, bearing in mind that we looked at other policies where this was not in place. If you exceeded your balance in some school systems, they were unable, not that they were unwilling, they were unable to feed you we want to continue to have your child go back to school with something, so we will provide some alternatives so that they are fed. But that we will do it in a manner that is dignified and respectful so that they can eat. But clearly, we cannot afford to continue on at this pace. It's not because we are unwilling, we cannot afford to do so.
Dana?
So I think that we should provide an alternate meal and treat students with dignity and respect in instances, when an alternate meal is served. But I will say that I'm just now knowing that we're where we are right now, after wiping the deck clean, I'm just wondering what the meals up to a certain amount, how that will impact, how that will impact us, how much less will we be, every month.
You mean that basically by day 4, the kids will have used up that option based on the trending of this debt? No, okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, just saying, if we had this in place, where would we be in terms of $7,700?
Yes,
Okay,
Since then?
yes.
We don't rack up charges on the alternative meal,
Right.
so would we be at 2,500? Would we be at?
Right.
1,500?
However, the second part of that, the part B of that, is what Amanda had in place in another slide, which is that then I think the social workers have to step in, or then the school counselors have to step in, and are these kids that could have applied for free and reduced lunch, or those kids that had trouble filling out the
Right.
forms? I think that's where we have to, you just don't keep giving alternative meals. You have
Right.
to not just wipe the debt clean, you have to figure out what
Yeah,
the problem is.
exactly.
And maybe that's where
If-
of the issue is, and I know what Hans is gonna say, because I feel like we've worked together for a long time. But at least we will have captured a portion of some of the problem.
What I really like about what you said, besides the fact that you putting words in my mouth, I'm just kidding. What I liked about what you said is it's starting to segment the issues. I do not think we are dealing with monolithic student populations here. I think we have kids who are intentionally and aggressively, repeatedly abusing it, even though they absolutely have the money to handle it. Sure. And I think we have kids that have fallen between the cracks that could probably qualify for free and reduced lunch and simply don't know or aren't getting the information. There's probably a couple other segmented groups. But if we approach it from that perspective, in every case where there is a kid who might qualify or near qualifies or in some way is struggling to make ends meet to be able to pay for that lunch, then roll out every single resource we have at our disposal to make sure that that kid gets fed, up to and including beyond alternative meals. Like I would be welcome an opportunity to figure out how to continue feeding those kids. But for every kid who just blew $15 on breakfast at Chick-fil-A and then comes into the school and wants us to give them free food, no. Not only no free food, no food. Like, I'm sorry, that was the money that you had and you've got the money, go talk to your parents, right? Like, that is, if we can talk about it in a more segmented way and really ensure that we're addressing the issue with the kids that have the needs, but not allowing the kids that don't have the needs to abuse it, because abusing it means abusing the kids with the needs, then I'm much more comfortable.
Element 3 needs to be right.
Yep.
We need to communicate. We need to make sure that parents are aware. I need to comfortably look people in the face and say, oh, you're not paying your debt because you're not doing your job, parent. Yeah. I am not comfortable with an alternative meal in any world where I have any amount of belief that the reason they have a debt is because our system is arcane or it doesn't allow auto debit or that sort of stuff. If we are comfortable saying two things, one, that this communication's in place, every parent who has a debt knows it, every parent who has the ability can take care of it can, and two, we don't write a headline like cheese sandwich because we want clicks, because we're not a school district, we're not Zoe, we're, a school district, but the alternative meal is one that is served with, grace and awareness and a way where the kids communicate. That all being said, I would prefer a school district that found alternatives to collect on the debt than I would be the alternative meal. You don't get your report cards, you don't get your grades, you have to have a one-on-one, your Infinite Campus is embargoed until you fix, like, literally anything else that is parent-facing, I would prefer than the kid. Even
I like that.
Johnny Chick-fil-A kid that has been described in Hans's World. Even that kid, the parents need to be, wait, hey, I gave you $40. Where did it go? Oh, sorry. You know, like, that's happening.
But even still, that impacts the kid somehow. If we said, okay, you can't sit for your AP test, or you can't get your report card, that still is impacting the kid, but on an educational level. I mean, we're still impacting them somehow.
It is.
Which is why I'm comfortable for elementary than middle school and high school. At middle school and high school, and then especially at high school, there is a level of responsibility the kids can have here. I'm not totally comfortable pretending like, oh no, it's just a parent problem. These kids aren't in any way responsible for their own behavior. That's not true. Like, I just don't.
Behavior issue.
You know, I'll just confess that I know that when I was in the system, and all of our accounts would be deficient, you know, they might tell me, but it was really up to me to go ahead on Infinite Campus and put the money in.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, luckily we just had the sweetest lunch ladies at every school that, you know, that where we were, who, you know, give it, you know, make sure you put it on there tomorrow. Because I said, oh, I forgot, blah, blah, blah. But I just want to ask one more question. I just want to clarify, are cheese sandwich the only alternative option?
The cheese sandwich is a normal option, is one that has been offered before. We can go, you know, these districts are doing this too, but we can also give them, I think Savannah was mentioned to me, they got a turkey and they got the pieces of. And my issue with that is on our menus, along with many other districts, we offer a turkey sandwich. That is the entree. So when any student comes to the lunch line, I'm gonna have a sandwich today, I'm gonna get a piece of fruit, and I'm gonna get a milk. They go through the line, the cashier says, oh, great, you have a reimbursable meal, good job, go have a seat. It's giving them a regular meal. And if we're going to give them a regular meal, that's what we're currently doing, is giving them a regular meal.
But, I mean, so you're preemptively assigns a zero value to that meal and allows them to have it for free?
No,
Even
that's the reimbursable meal is how the government reimburses us for what they get. They have to get a minimum of 3 items. One of those items has to be a fruit or vegetable.
Okay.
So when a student gets all of those components on their tray, they now have a meal that the government's gonna reimburse us for, and that's regardless of whether they get, whether they're paid students.
And what issue does that present if the child can't pay for that meal at that point?
If they can't pay, it just goes back to what our policy is at the school. Here, they can't pay, they charge it, so they get their full meal.
But I'm saying, like,
How does it impact them?
in the future where, let's say they've exceeded all of their chargeable options, they're past all of their chargeable options, but they have picked a turkey sandwich, a thing of milk, and an apple. Are we able to, at that point, ring that up as the alternative meal?
No, because it's not an alternative meal. Fully reimbursable, so it would still count as a meal as far as how we're.
That's something that's not on the schedule, not on the menu.
So if they just got sandwich and they got milk,
Salami
that's not a reimbursable meal. We get no money back from
Salami,
that.
broccoli.
And it's a straight charge.
I'm confused. Can I clarify that? Are you saying that in Savannah, the turkey is the alternative meal, but because we have it on our menu, we couldn't offer it as an alternative meal? Because
We can offer that as an alternative meal. But alternative meal is just what we're calling this meal
okay.
that we're giving our
Okay.
students for free. We are currently giving our students free meals. What it is, it depends on what you want me to offer. A cheese sandwich is less than me giving them a turkey sandwich.
We're gonna accrue more debt
Yeah,
on an
I get
alternate
that.
meal
But-
with
so
a fruit and a meat.
What we could do, I mean, so I still don't actually understand why we can't make the distinguishing factor at the point of sale, but let's just pretend that we can't. So if we can't, then a solution here would be to remove the turkey sandwich from our menu and then just offer the turkey sandwich is the, this I understand, but it doesn't cost as much as like a regular full-blown meal, and it certainly takes off the table the parental concern about, and so, I mean, and then maybe it's a ham sandwich. Well, no, I guess ham probably has some overturns, yeah,
Bam.
but.
And if this is off topic, I'm struggling to come up with the policy when right now we have the same problem. So like, fine, we're gonna put any of this in place, but based on that data, nothing's changed. I mean,
Deterrent, yeah, that's the
It's the
places
deterrent that
who initiate alternate meal, say, if it's a cheese sandwich, if it's whatever, it is a deterrent. And that is the point, so that then kids don't continue to go up and be served that. It is the deterrent, so that the debt does not continue to occur.
So another way to say deterrent is to say shame, which is exactly.
Or
the
less
accident
favorable meal. Isn't that it?
I think what I'm trying to figure out, and it may not be the space for this, is we've done all this communication, but we're exactly where we were before.
Right.
So what are we doing to find out? Like, I've heard a lot of assumptions, which may very well be true, that the kid could go to Chick-fil-A. I didn't think about the fact that a high schooler will pocket the $40, but do we have any new information about who's not paying or the reasons for not paying? Because this is what's confusing
segmentation that I was
me.
describing,
Yeah.
yeah.
This is the same information. This before we went into getting donations to pay paying for the donations is separate from what we're dealing with.
Right.
Because that was a Band-Aid on the hole that we had. So we're trying to stop the root problem, and I don't believe the root problem is not something that, I believe is attainable. As you said, you know, you go through the lunch line, my lunch ladies and gentlemen are wonderful, they are super nice, no one wants to give anyone a cheese sandwich. However, from my experience, that is how I reached my parents.
Yep.
I reached my parents when I had to give an alternative meal, which was a cheese sandwich, not a grilled cheese. I've tried both. I didn't get the same response. Most of my elementary kids were grilled. They got grilled cheese. There was nothing to complain about.
Delicious.
Because it's on the menu. It's a regular meal, but the cheese sandwich was a deterrent. And then I got parents calling, I didn't know. Oh, well, ma'am, sir, this is what your debt is. And it got paid. It took maybe 4 days, and it drastically cut down.
So that is music to my ears, because it is, I do believe that we can do everything in the world that we want to do to try to address the situation with the people who truly can't afford it. That is what's not driving the problem. We have bad actors driving the problem, and unless there is a true deterrent in there, we're going to continue to recreate the problem.
And we can put some of the language in there about our beliefs too. We believe that students should be treated with dignity and respect as well, as part of the belief system as well, if we come to the
Have a level of
consensus on the need for alternative lunch.
The board saying, finding something that meets all of those, but offering it is.
And for clarity, it sounds like what I'm hearing is that the great majority of the driver of this problem are socioeconomically disadvantaged students. It sounds like we have a plan for those students, just so we're clear for the record.
Remember, the free and reduced lunch students
Get free and reduced.
get free and reduced lunch, right? So
But
we
that
know
clear for the record, but also there are some students who are kind of flying under the radar because either English is not their first language, they did not get the forms on time, or they're kind of right above the threshold there. Like they're poor, but not poor enough to meet that threshold. But even what I'm hearing is that you don't even think that that's the great majority of what's driving this. It's really the parents that can afford it, but do not pay.
I just do not believe that's the issue. Other
Okay.
districts, the issue was getting my parents to fill out an application, and it caused the same reaction. When the cheese sandwiches went out, my applications were filled out.
Okay. Then I still think it's probably worth it to have, even if the school counselors reach out to the parents, reach out to the social worker, or the social workers reach out, that maybe we'll still capture that small subset.
one of the things that we can do too, in the addressing debt, some of the, language that I found when benchmarking other policies and we looked at was just the school district may refer families with outstanding to the school counselor.
Yeah.
It might work with families on a payment plan to reach out to the debt. So it might be that we put into place ways that, we're willing to, reach out to families, work with families, something along, if donations are received, those can be, you know, families who have worked out the payment plan, we can put some language in around that as well.
Can I ask one, because I liked your suggestion, James, and an educational consequence, but, you know, parking passes, prom, like the big ticket fun events, I mean, or is that just too much in the weeds in terms of getting face to face?
Oh, I mean, I think stopping resourced kids who have school lunch debt, their prom fees should go cover their school lunch debt, and then they cover.
Well, or I think to your point about the
That's what I
face-to-face is what I was thinking, not an educational, but,
Look, I hear you, I just wanna make sure the community hears you, that we need these parents to step up and speak it, so I think that's part of
So
our.
what I hear is alternative lunch, we're coming to consensus on the need for alternative lunch after the equivalent of the 3 days charges at all levels, or did I hear something different for high school?
We're in agreement for elementary, I could probably get pushed there for middle school.
I say all three,
Yeah,
because I
I
feel like
agree.
the alternative is they get nothing.
Yeah.
I think that community needs to hear that the alternative is if they exceed their charge amount, in a lot of districts, they don't get a meal.
You think for all three levels?
Yes, so I think for all three levels, they can get the alternative lunch so that they're able to have some meal,
Okay.
so they can go back to class fed.
Can I ask one thing here? If Friday is the day of the debt and 3 days here, do we need to, I liked our 3 days, right? But are we sure that the 3 days is aligning with the communication system so that if the debt is informed on a Monday, do we
So
need?
that-
Well,
They
it's not,
get
it's,
so that's
notification
element
anytime
three.
that there's a negative balance, correct?
It goes out on Friday.
Okay, so,
but
It
it's
should
not a
go
day
out
thing, it's
every
just
day.
an amount thing,
Yeah, it's an
right?
amount thing
It's an
now.
amount thing.
It's an amount thing now, it's not a
All right.
day thing.
so I think I have some stuff that I can take back to the drafting board. Of course, you know, I'll be in touch with you around that.
Okay,
And then we'll decide, whether the next board meeting we want to present it at pre-work for more discussion or present it at work for it to move forward from that point.
Can we at least be clear, if we do arrive at this point, that we are opting, basically parental thing, we are opting to pull resources out of the classroom to provide some basic meal for kids that can afford it, but are just choosing not to. That is what we're doing. I mean, we shouldn't hide from that. That is what we're doing. We're spending tax dollars to put food in the mouths of rich kids. I really don't like that. I mean, obviously I'll go with the will of the board, but like, that is, I think the community needs to.
we're doing that with alternative meals anyway.
I know,
To
but I
James'
just,
initial,
like,
yes.
like, when people come in and start complaining about cheese sandwiches, it'll be like, oh, money in the classroom. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, the notion is like, why don't you all just pay off that debt? You're like, you know, that money's used for things. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the pre-work session. There, and we'll get to a work session. We're only 5 minutes behind, everybody.
We have like
Good stuff.
But you, last week, I got another bout of COVID. What, before spring break? Yeah. I don't know. I do. Okay, bye. You remember that? You came by and the chicken. It's a different world, but.
I remember that. Part of that time I missed, like, stuff.
Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Dr. Whitaker, if you want to go ahead and introduce our first presentation.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chair Herndon. I would like to call on Mr. Sergio Perez to provide our State of the Operations Division, our Chief Operations Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Board Vice Chair Dr. Sutton, esteemed members, Dr. Jim Whitaker. Today, I would like to present the State of Operations Report 2024. The Operations Division is responsible to oversee the effective and efficient operations of the school district, including custodians, school nutrition, transportation, safety and security, sustainability, surplus and acquisition, nursing, capital construction improvements, renovations, and modification projects. Additionally, we are responsible for the space design, planning, and utilization, facility rentals, and recycling programs. Some of the concerns and challenges that we have to confront today are the increase of material costs, increase in energy costs, increase in vendor labor costs, extended lead times for equipment and repair parts. Every single department under the in a critical path for the school district normal operations like lights, HVAC, utilities, meals, transportation, medical service and nursing, and safety and security. Our division works in the background as a backbone, serving as the foundation for seamless and productive operations that school administrators and teachers. Organizational effectiveness and excellency is the pillar and the strategic accelerator that guide us to the process. At City Schools of Decatur, intentional seeks to reduce our carbon footprint and environmental impact by implementing effective and sustainable operations, reducing our reliance on non-renewable resources, ensuring ADA accessibility for our schools by updating and expanding existing safety and security systems and structures, implementing and evaluating standard operation procedures and best practices. The Facility and Maintenance Department oversees the maintenance of infrastructure elements to ensure proper operation. This includes proactive, preventive, and corrective maintenance for buildings and structure, exteriors, interiors, roof systems, elevators, lifts, plumbing systems, HVAC, and electrical systems. The department manages work orders, repairs, life cycle assessments, compliance, environmental testing, remediations, abatements, water testing, and indoor air quality testing. The facility and maintenance department team includes one director of facility and maintenance, one facility operations specialist, one skilled trade supervisor, two HVAC technicians, one electrician, one plumber, 5 general maintenance technicians, one vacant position. The custodian department is responsible to provide healthy, clean, and inviting spaces for all, addressing the school clean needs during the day and preparing the school to welcome the students and staff back for the next day. They help support school learning by reducing absences and increasing the school pride. The custodian team includes one facility service supervisor, 3 lead custodians, 55 custodians, 29 in-house, 26 outsourced staffing, and 1 outsourced supervisor. Average age of our buildings is 78.3 years old. In recent years, we have concentrated on addressing that could lead to the loss of heating or cooling for entire buildings. Replacement has been completed in several schools. Cooling towers were replaced at Glenwood, Winona Park, and Westchester. Boilers were replaced at Winona Park, Westchester, Oakers, Glenwood, and Claremont. Air-cooled chiller was replaced at Decatur High. Multiple water source heat pumps were replaced at Oakers, Glenwood, and Westchester. Rooftop air conditioning were replaced at College High and Beacon Hill. Additionally, we replaced roofs in Decatur High, Beacon Hill, Dade, Kentucky, and Wilson. Renovated play field and installed drainage system over Tally Elementary and replaced playgrounds at EDCL. We are collaborating with a consultant per Wolfer to revise our enrollment projections and update our facility master plan. When the final report is ready, it will be shared with the Board of Education. Here are the highlights, the key building requirements and needs. Claremont Elementary, at 88 years old, the facility is generally in good condition. The HVAC equipment is also in a good shape. The recommended actions are replacement of the pumps, variable frequency drives, upgrading door hardware, and renovating restrooms over the next 2 years. Glenwood Elementary, at 84 years old, the facility is generally in good condition. However, water source heat pumps, restrooms, and playgrounds are all scheduled for replacement or renovations within the next 2 years. Oakers Elementary, at 108 years old, the facility is generally in fair condition. It is recommended the replacement of water source heat pumps and rooftop units within the next 5 years. Westchester Elementary, at 85 years old, the facility is generally in fair condition. The rooftop units, pump, variable frequency drives, and water source heat pumps are scheduled for replacement within the next 2 years. Winona Park, at 80 years old, the facility is in general in good condition. The recommendation is the replacement of makeup air conditioning units, water source heat pumps, cafeteria split system, pumps, and variable frequency drives within the next 2 years. Fifth Avenue Upper Elementary, facilities in generally very good condition. Elevator replacement, upgrades, and modifications are scheduled for the next 2 years. Tally Upper Elementary, at 6 years old, the facility is in excellent overall condition. Elevator replacements, upgrades, and modifications are scheduled for the next year. Beacon Hill Middle School, at 55 years old, the facility is in generally in poor condition. It is recommended the replacement of current chiller and consider installing a backup chiller within the next 2 years. Decatur High main building. At 60 years old, the facility is in generally in poor condition. The main building HVAC system has reached the end of its life cycle. The energy recovery units are between 25 and 30 years old. Of acquiring and scheduling the replacement of 6 energy recovery units with estimated completion over the summer. Decatur High School Performance Arts Center. While the equipment life cycle, the heavy usage of the Performance Arts Center units has taken a toll. and will be benefit from replacement due to the strain with the next 2 years. Decatur High Career Academy, Chiller 1 was replaced in 2022. However, Chiller 2, the boiler, pumps, variable frequency drives, and fan coils are over 20 years old and have reached the end of its life cycle. The recommendation is for replacement within the next 2 years. College High ECLC 25 rooftop units are over 20 years old and at the end of their current life cycle. The recommendation is to replace them within the next year.
Hey, Jim, I have a question about this graph. So these dollar amounts,
Previous.
no, I have a question about this one. These dollar amounts are anticipated operational expenses within the next 2 years,
The next 5 years.
5 years.
This is basically on SPLOST projections, so we divide it by the needs of each building.
Can I ask a follow-up there? So FAVE is 14 years old, and 4 or 5 of these schools are 80 years old. What accounts for the increased cost at FAVE? I think it's maybe architecture and
It's
electricity.
the elevators, we have to follow a current update on the building code, but also some manufacturing failures that we have to replace equipment for safety. This screenshot illustrates the life cycle of equipment. The red blocks represent future dates for equipment replacement. The yellow blocks indicate replacement in process, and the green blocks indicate complete replacement. Transportation Department. We currently provide transportation for about 1,500 students across 13 routes and 56 routes daily. Additionally, every year, we conduct over 500 field trips, ensuring dependable and safe transportation. Our team works diligently every day to ensure that students have a safe and reliable way to travel to and from school. We have implemented consistent training for drivers, monitors, and students, resulting in maintaining a high level of safety for everyone involved. Currently, the City of Schools of Decatur operates with 27 school buses, with the oldest bus in our fleet from 2010 and the newest from 2020. Buses typically have a lifespan of 12 to 15 years, depending on mileage and usage. City Schools of Decatur will receive an allotment of $440,000 to purchase 5 buses. These funds must be used by the end of fiscal year 2025. City Schools of Decatur is in the process of purchasing 2 14-passenger buses and 3 72-passenger buses from Thomas Manufacturing. Our transportation team includes 1 director of transportation, 1 transportation supervisor, 1 transportation operations specialist, 18 drivers, 5 monitors, and 2 vacant positions. Safety and Security Department oversees the enforcement of building safety measures through our school district, collaborating closely with district administrators to provide support. The department continuously works on developing, establishing, and enforcing various safety and security measures, including access control, accident prevention, risk management, fire safety, emergency management, the school safety plans, and coordinating emergency management with local law enforcement agencies. Currently, the department consists of 1 director of safety and security and 2 safety and security officers. We are using a school safety grant to modernize our intercom system and upgrade the camera system at various locations. Furthermore, we are in the process of implementing emergency communication software. Additionally, we are implementing a facility management software that will be used for athletics and facility rentals. One of the newest initiatives that we are working on will be the mobile panic alert system, which empowers all personnel to get help anywhere on campus with the push of a button. The mobile panic alert card and single button activation concentrate on reducing response time during emergencies, helping to initiate response protocol for school alerts, lockdowns, and more. Also notify 911 dispatch with precise location details and visual and audio notifications are initiated campus-wide to inform everyone of a lockdown or what actions to take to protect themselves. We are also exploring a visitors management tool that monitors entry and exit from our schools, ensuring that only authorized visitors are allowed on campus. The tool includes a mapping capabilities to track visitor real-time locations where they are in school grounds. This allows to know the exact whereabouts of visitors on campus at any given moment. Additionally, we are engaging in a third-party consultant to conduct a safety and security assessment. This assessment will help us to determine vulnerability risks and provide recommendations. Once this report is available, it will be presented to the board. The school health department. The nursing department responsibilities encompass the following: provide direct care to students dealing with the chronic health conditions, injuries, and illness, administer prescription and over-the-counter medication as authorized by development and implement healthcare plans to individual student needs, deliver care that embraces diversity present in the school community, manage and respond effectively to health emergencies, promote health education for disease prevention, collaborate with fellow health professionals, educators, and parents to ensure a safety and healthy learning environment for students to flourish, monitor the students' immunization status in adherence to county and state laws and requirements, provide instructions in CPR and first aid courses for school personnel, conduct a screening for student hearing, vision, and scoliosis. We have achieved several school and community engagement partnership accomplishments. Collaborate with the DeKalb Public Health to host a flu drive at 7 CSD locations. Sponsor a fall immunization clinic for Decatur High 11th graders. Host a constant radiology mobile mammography event at Decatur High for breast cancer awareness. Conduct a CPR classes for CSD staff and CSD nurses. Schedule a 6th and 8th grade scoliosis screening event in March. Provide stop the bleeding and Narcan administration training for CSD nurses by the City of Decatur Fire Department in a school and including compliance rate for fall immunization hours. Our team includes 1 school nurse supervisor, 9 registered nurses, 3 school health aides, 1 vacant position, 3 staff nurses, and 2 outsourced healthcare agencies for self-coverage. The nutrition department is a federal program devised by USDA regulations to meet the school nutritional needs for our community students. Responsible for establishing and serving nutrition breakfast and lunch daily in all the schools. We are today serving 2 10 schools, 1 ECLC, 5 lower elementaries, 2 upper elementaries, 1 middle, and 1 high school. Our team includes 1 director of the school nutrition, 1 nutrition supervisor, 1 nutrition operations specialist, 4 food managers, 1 food assistant manager, 43 staff members, and 6 vacant positions. The average daily participation for breakfast is 9.2%. The average daily participation for lunch is 48.7%. Future projects. Legacy Park Track and Field is currently undergoing construction, including demolition, mass grading, earthwork, and work related to side, storm, and underground retention tanks. The School of Decatur is considering the construction of a new early learning center facility at 346 West Trinity Place. This building will be a net zero, carbon neutral, well ventilated, and high energy efficient, ensuring it does not contribute to carbon emissions or other greenhouses. It will be all electrical with no on-site fuel combustion, and will offset its electrical usage with 100% renewable energy sources. Georgia law mandates that all school systems must develop and maintain a comprehensive long-range facility plan, which is updated every 5 years to retain eligibility for participation in Georgia Capital Outlay Program. Currently, eligible school systems can seek state funding for qualified projects outlined in their facility plans at each start of each school year. The facilities staff assist to determine eligibility and developing applications. Presently, the pre-K programs are not eligible for funding. The proposed legislation in the state senate may establish eligibility criteria, but it will take approximately a year for Georgia Department of Education to update the necessary software to fund allocation. During this period, we'll begin assessing the Georgia Department of Education site acceptability, safety hazard, environmental factors, geographic and related considerations, site development requirements, space design and programming needs, schematic design requirements, minimum contents of design development, community input, and preliminary cost development. Attached is in the view is the conceptual design of the proposed building. In the duplex update, our program management team is working to identify potential conceptual design options, establish a budget, and prepare the necessary as-built drawings for the permit application. Once this process is completed, we will present the options and next steps to the Board of Education for review. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
When we're taking a look at some of the upcoming replacements, so I'm just really quick to say a couple of things more for the public. I know you know, but the trick to capital planning is to try to keep it as smooth as possible. You don't want giant, huge expenses one year and then not, so that's always kind of a tough thing to balance. And so, looking at a number of the things that are coming up in the next couple of years, it's fairly large ticket items that are coming up for replacement in the next couple of years. I think it would be helpful at some point to kind of see historically what replacement spend has been like versus what some of this looks like going forward. And then talk a little bit, particularly related to some of the things in facilities, how you guys are, or hopefully are, trying to drive towards standard parts, standard units, standard repair and replacement. So you're not having custom things in each building, but to the extent possible, if I have a ticket to repair an item, it doesn't really matter what school I'm going to, I know how I'm going to have to repair that item.
So some of the parts and even the brands that we use for air conditioning, today we use Carrier and Daikin, and obviously it requires a lot of artificial intelligence and new algorithms and new stuff, so we have to send our people to train so they get to use and know how to repair these units, and partnership with these companies to get parts and get basically supplies quickly so we can keep and maintain our equipment operational, for the school district. It's sometimes it's challenging because you don't find when you have a school is being on operation for that long, you're gonna have multiple parts, multiple different equipment, and we have today one automation system called iView. And it's complicated to try to make it work with the same thing. So it's important for us to try to find, like you say, equipment and parts that work well with other things and even with our systems. But it requires to, allocate money, allocate funding, and obviously train our personnel and keep in mind that you have to train someone new staff to jump into those positions as we move forward.
The underlying thrust of my question is, sometimes you have to spend money up front to save money in the long run, particularly when you're talking about capital. And so I robust conversation in order for us to bring down some of the M&O costs over time, perhaps by maybe spending a little bit more upfront on standardization.
Yes, I would agree that a true capital plan and a very robust discussion is necessary. So right now, we're doing a lot of fixes based upon what's breaking immediately.
Yep.
But to be thoughtful and intentional across a multi-year plan is probably looking at about a fall presentation,
Okay.
which is on my radar. Obviously, when looking at even the life cycle replacement schedule, I had a lot of questions. And so you only see a snapshot.
Okay.
And there's a reason why. So I need to dig deeper and then also take that depth of knowledge and push it out really almost throughout this entire SPLOST, because you will need to adjust what is being funded when because of the other items that are impacting SPLOST. So the ways in which teaching and learning pulls from SPLOST, the ways in which IT, as he waves in the back, I wasn't going to forget about you, the way they pull from SPLOST. Those are some very large ticket items, and we need to do some reprioritization. But obviously, HVAC systems that are 25 to 30 years old are immediate. I will say that I've already signed the PO.
That's good news.
And so that will be replaced. But once again, we're not going to be able to do it until the summer because the building needs to be empty. But if we're trending, we won't necessarily need heat, which is a good thing.
What other sources of depreciable capital do we have besides SPLOST? That's it. We need to explore options there.
That would be in that September conversation.
Yeah. And then my last question, I promise, and I'm reasonably certain all of the answers are here, but I just, again, want this out on the public record. We recently had the entire Eastern Seaboard go out with AT&T. If we depended on that for 911 and had an incident, we'd be in trouble. What are our options?
Yes.
To ensure that we have uninterruptible continual communications for emergency response in our schools?
Yes. So next month, you will hear a public presentation as well as another conversation around security and the ways in which our security enhancements will have direct communication to said agencies.
Great.
And not only to Decatur Police Department, but to GMA and to FEMA or anyone else that would need to know if there were a true emergency. So I know that Mr. Perez did speak to some security enhancements. Those enhancements you will hear from in next month.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Anyone else? Sergio, thank you for the work that you do. And just as an aside, in communicating the way Decatur compares to other districts, 10 buildings for 5,600 kids, we would have to, what was the number? We would have to shut 6 schools to be the same amount of buildings that Cobb averages. We'd have to shut 5 to be what Fulton averages. We'd have to shut down 3 to be what Marietta averages. And so for your department to manage that and take that on, and thank you for continuing to do work. I look forward to that presentation in September. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next presentation.
Yes. For this next presentation, there are multiple people that I will call on. So in preparation for the FY25 budget, I wanted the board as well as the community to understand the state and federal program revenues as well as expenditures, and more importantly, how those programs impact the general fund. Therefore, CSD will have its first state of federal and state program use of funds presentation. It will be facilitated by Dr. Lanita Broom, our CFO, but she will be accompanied by the Budget Center managers for pre-K, which is Ms. Sarah Garland, Career Technical and Agricultural Education, Ms. Tara Smiley, School Nutrition Program, which is Ms. Monique Breedlove, CARES, ARP, ESSER, and Title, Funds, which is Mrs. Willie Washington, and Special Education, Mrs. Frances Holt. So, Dr. Broom.
Good evening, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Fulton, esteemed members of the Board, Superintendent Dr. Whitaker, community and colleagues. This evening presentation on federal and grant budget will include presentations by the program members. All presenters are responsible for one or more federal and or state grants. This slide lists the district's federal grants along with the grant manager, the projected amount that is anticipated from general funds, fiscal year 23 revenue, and the fiscal year 24 awards. The last column is the difference between the fiscal year 23 revenue and fiscal year 24 awards. The district is continuing to receive grant awards, and therefore the fiscal year 24 award amount is likely to change. The district currently budgets a little over $700,000 for school nutrition, salaries, and benefits. Based on vacant positions throughout the year, it is anticipated that approximately $577,760 of the budgeted funds will be expended this year. This is the last year that school nutrition, salaries, and benefits will be budgeted in general funds. Fiscal year 25 budget will be built with all school nutrition expenses budgeted in the school nutrition fund. In fiscal year 23, the district received approximately $5 million in federal awards. As of today, the district has been awarded approximately $5.3 million in federal grant awards. The district's fiscal year 24 awards for federal grants are $376,265 more than the amount of grant revenue we received in fiscal year 23. This slide lists state grant awards. The grant manager, fiscal year 24 general fund projected contribution, fiscal year 23 revenue, fiscal year 24 award, and the difference between fiscal year 23 revenue, fiscal year 24 award. In fiscal year 23, the district received approximately $1.6 million in revenue from state grants, including the pre-K program. For fiscal year 24, the district has been awarded approximately $1.6 million in state grants. The district supplements the pre-K program from the general funds with the anticipated amount of $288,870 for fiscal year 2024. The small table to the right is a summary of the fiscal year 24 awards. As of today, the district has been awarded approximately $7 million in federal and state grants and is projected to supplement the grants by approximately $866,000. The district received right under $5 million in CARES grants over a 3-year period. Up next, the grant managers will detail how their largest grants are currently being used to supplement the district's their projected fiscal year 25 budget, and review the positive aspects of the grants, challenges, and next steps. The first presenter is Ms. Sarah Garland.
Good afternoon. We're talking a little bit about pre-K. The current landscape of the pre-K program includes 8 classrooms, 8 certified teachers, 7 of whom have masters, 8 paraprofessionals, and 156 students. We have 2 pre-K inclusion classrooms and are providing special education services for 11 pre-K students. Before jumping into the budget, I think it's important to note the process in which pre-K budget decisions are made. In order to hold the program accountable for being good stewards of state and district funding, instructional budget decisions are filtered through the Parent Advisory Council and the instructional leadership team to ensure spending aligns to the district accelerators and the College Heights program and equity missions. As you see on the first slide, the fiscal year 2024 budget is a little bit over $1,143,000. 66% of the budget is allocated to pre-K staff salaries, and 33% is allocated to benefits. In addition, is the requirement of the grant that each classroom receive $1,000 for instructional purposes each year. The $1,000 for transportation is a dynamic that fluctuates from year to year depending on the number of bus riders. The proposed fiscal year 2025 budget includes a 5% increase in salaries. This Historically, Bright from the Start has not increased a $1,000 instructional materials budget, therefore no adjustments have been made. Moving on to revenue sources, Bright from the Start funding is calculated on student enrollment and leads reported on the 4 roster counts submitted each year to the state. Bright from the Start pays a base salary and will supplement years of experience. They do not supplement years of experience for the paraprofessionals. Therefore, a base salary of $21,000 is provided for each para and nothing more. Bright from the Start provides 24% of benefit costs for paras and 50% of benefit costs for teachers. In addition, Bright from the Start provides a $1,000 per classroom for instructional purposes and will reimburse student transportation at 100% rate. Overall, the funding provided by Bright from the Start covers 75% of their pre-K budget. General funds are used to supplement salaries and benefits. As an example, Bright from the Start will pay a certified teacher with 6 years of experience and a master's $51,000. The City Schools of Decatur pay scale allows that same teacher to pay $59,000. Thus, the salary is supplemented through general funds. The district's commitment to a strategic accelerator of cultivating and retaining qualified professionals is evident in their commitment to aligning pre-K salaries and benefits with those in the K-12 schools. That commitment has resulted in little to no staff turnover, and Bright from the Start has labeled College Heights a model pre-K program within the state of Georgia with continued site visit scores of 100% compliance. Using the lens of all means all, it's important that all College Heights stakeholders, students, teachers, family, and community are used as the filter by which we assess the positives, the challenges, and our next steps. Teacher positives include low staff turnover, which allows administration to provide opportunities that build leadership capacity, such as teacher mentoring programs. Teachers are using the do-for mindset that allows them to assess their equitable classroom practices, which helps drive how instructional monies are utilized to support the district's strategic accelerator of building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture. Monies are being used to purchase materials that ensure all children are represented in the classroom. In addition, budget monies have been used to provide a comprehensive early literacy program, which directly aligns to the K-12 work being done with literacy. Using funding to purchase early literacy screeners and providing professional development allows our teachers needed as students transition to kindergarten. As a result of our positive teacher development, our student outcomes are positively impacted. Students are being screened for early literacy skills as soon as they start school. Target students are receiving early literacy intervention groups each week, and currently 85% of our students are measured at or above benchmark for early literacy skills. Last area speaks to the collaboration we have created with families and community. One example is our collaboration with the Decatur Housing Authority to offer family workshops that teach early literacy skills for children under the age of 4 years. Using instructional resources purchased through the pre-K grant, we are able to provide workshops 4 times a year that teach foundational skills to parents that can be supported in their home environment. Both teacher and student challenges are centered around how we can best serve our students in the areas of social and emotional development. Data has shown there's a continued need for Tier 1 support materials and professional development that address social behavioral deficits in students. At 1% of our overall budget revenue, the Bright from the Start instructional budget is limited. For the past 2 years, the majority of instructional monies have been allocated to support pre-literacy and equity initiatives. Similarly, the challenge with our family and community stakeholder groups is due to limited funding. Funding for family and community engagement events is taken from the instructional support budget. Because funds are limited, prioritizing initiatives and areas of sustainability will be needed as we continue to identify program needs such as Tier 1 behavior support. Taking the challenges that we just identified and aligning to our next steps, where do we go from here? The data is showing the money invested in early literacy support has a direct impact on positive student outcomes. Categorizing social and emotional behavior supports as priorities will allow us to be intentional about where we can allocate right from the start instructional money. Investing in the pyramid model for social and emotional competence will provide professional development for teachers and classroom materials for students. Lastly, utilizing the support of our Parent Advisory Council, we will continue to seek private grant and funding opportunities that will allow us to continue to support our program and equity missions. For example, a proposed private grant that may allow us to expand our current model of community collaboration at Decatur Housing Authority to include education around pre-numeracy skills and social emotional development. In conclusion, I want to thank the board, Dr. Whitaker, and the community for their continued advocacy of early learning. Your commitment to high-quality early childhood education has allowed the College Heights stakeholders the opportunity to provide the foundation needed for our district's youngest learners. Because you are trusting us to provide the foundation of learning, the impact is not isolated to pre-K, but rather spans across the student's time with the City Schools of Decatur. Any questions? Next up is Tara Smiley, the Director of Career, Technical, and Agricultural Education.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sarah?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Perkins 5 federal grant refers to the federal funding allocated under the Carl D. Perkins Career and Technical Agricultural Education Act of 2006, which is reauthorized as Perkins 5 in 2018. These grants are provided by the U.S. Department of Education to support career, technical, and agricultural education at secondary and post-secondary levels. Under Perkins 5, our district is required to conduct a comprehensive local needs assessment at least once every 2 years to ensure that current program needs and labor market trends are identified and prioritized. The CLNA influences the allocation of Perkins 5 program improvement funds. The process involves gathering and analyzing data, setting priorities based on those findings, developing and submitting the applications that outline how Perkins 5 funds will be used to address the overarching needs, improve programs, and support students' achievement. The budget to the left, here you see that we received a total of $23,826 in program improvement funds for fiscal year 24. Of that, $13,566 was allocated for improvement of instruction. Through our most recent comprehensive local needs assessment, we identified 2 opportunities to improve our program. One, we needed to modernize equipment. We invested in high-quality digital cameras and microphones suitable for video and podcast production. 2, we needed to increase students' membership and participation in career and technical student organizations. We paid registration fees for 10 advisors to attend conferences and workshops with students. This resulted in an 80% increase in students participating in local and regional CTSO leadership conferences and competitions. $9,260 of our FY24 program improvement grant funds were designated for instructional travel. CTE teachers participate in summer training to enhance their expertise in delivering CTE courses effectively. The $1,000 federal grant administration funds are earmarked to cover travel expenses related to the CTE director attending new directors training each month, CTE directors winter conference in February, and the Georgia Association of Career Tech Educators Conference in June. The table on the right represents the projected budget of $25,017,000 for fiscal year 25. During our advisory board meeting this past fall, our committee members made suggestions for lab equipment that would enhance instruction for our students and keep us in line with industry trends. Based on the 2022 Consumer Report data, cost of computer equipment and peripherals increased between 3.7 and 7.1%. I projected a mid-range budget increase of 5% for improvement of instruction at $14,244. Instructional staff training, $9,723. While inflation does impact travel-related expenses, all required CTAE instructional training and conferences are in Georgia, and increases should be minimal based on historical data. Likewise, grant administration cost is projected at 5% or $1,050. Feedback from our stakeholders help us gauge the success of our programs. Students, teachers, parents, and other community partners have applauded our commitment to ensuring our CTAE programs align with industry standards and trends by keeping our lab equipment, software, and instruction relevant. Student engagement and participation in leadership opportunities provided through our CTS. Students who participate demonstrate higher levels of achievement on industry assessments that measure academic and technical proficiencies and led to students obtaining credentials of value while they're in high school. Community partnerships and other measures, collaboration between local businesses, post-secondary institutions, and other community organizations led to our work-based learning coordinators securing 5 new partners. Each of these partners provide high-quality internships for our IB career placement students who have completed one of the pathways. We have architecture students interning at Moon Brothers and Holder Construction Company. They are learning to use SketchUp software to create and manipulate 3D models of buildings. Our culinary students are employing culinary math skills to accurately calculate the food production quantities and prep recipes for the head pastry baker. Fleet management, Fleet is mentoring and helping to develop employability skills for a student in our audiovisual technology and film pathway. In addition to being on the sales team at Fleet Feet, this student uses Adobe Premiere Pro skills learned in their class to edit and post social media content. The owner of Dos Diablos Graphic Design is providing creative direction for a graphic design student who has set a goal of developing their own personal graphic style. These work-based learning placements are essential to the success of our programs. They open doors and new opportunities for all of our students. Addressing challenges such as equity, sustainability, and innovation will require continued collaboration amongst all stakeholders. Ensuring access to high-quality CTAE programs for all students remains a challenge. Disparities in access to resources and transportation can perpetuate these inequalities. Some examples of this include students who are unable to cover the cost of additional program fees like gloves for welding or scrubs for our nurse aid program. Perkins 5 grants provide funding for a limited time and cannot be used to maintain our programs long-term. Sustainability beyond the grant cycle can be a challenge as new technologies continue to emerge. Unfortunately, there's a perception that CTAE programs, including the IB career program, are a less than valuable alternative option for students that cannot handle the rigor of traditional academic pathways. We know that this negative perception stems from outdated stereotypes about the nature and quality of what used to be known as vocational education. This misconception undermines the credibility and legitimacy of CTAE programs and perpetuates inequities in our district. As we strive to provide our students with comprehensive and equitable opportunities, it is imperative that we promote a more accurate understanding that CTAE courses are not only academically rigorous, but also technically demanding and intellectually stimulating. Addressing these challenges will require a coordinated effort amongst all community stakeholders, including policymakers, educators, and industry leaders. In the fall, Dr. Whitaker invited several community partners and thought leaders to gather and envision an innovative future for all students, K-12 and CSD. We are looking ahead and collaborating with industry associations, educational institutions, and government agencies to design relevant curriculums
that provide career exposure to students as early and often as possible across all disciplines. Teacher collaboration and professional development between district math, science, and CTA programs will be a priority. This will lay the groundwork for introducing CTAE K-5 curriculum to our students here in City Schools of Decatur. Our commitment to the community is to provide access and promote success for students in all areas. We are preparing students for a wide range of career pathways and post-secondary pursuits. This concludes my report on Perkins 5 Program Improvement Grant Funds. What questions do you have for me?
I have one comment and a question. First, very excited to see the increase in agricultural exposure fund. That sounds great. There's so many great companies and organizations around Decatur doing very cool things with gardening, and they put a garden on top of the CDC now, put on by a company. That was really cool. And my question is, if you don't have the answer now, that's okay, but the 80% increase in student participation in career tech, how many students are being served now? You told us last week, and I need to write it, or last month, but I need to write that down.
I think we talked about the number of students that are in CTAE.
Yeah.
This is the Career Technical Student Organization.
Okay,
the CTSO is a slightly different than CTAE.
Okay, those are the large umbrella organizations that we have membership in. And that's
Correct, and those organizations support our pathway.
Gotcha. Okay, and an 80% increase in that since last year.
Since last year, and I don't have that at the podium, but I can pull it up.
That's okay. I may email you just so the board has those numbers. We don't need them now, but appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. Next, we'll have Monique Breedlove, Director of School Nutrition. Hello again. Nutrition Program, SMP, is a federal assisted program in the United States that provides healthy meals for children in public and nonprofit private schools and residential child care institutions. It is administered by the USDA. SMP strives to improve the nutritional health of children, increase academic achievement, and reduce hunger and food insecurity. Recognizing the connections between proper nutrition and academic performance, the program aims to provide children with nutritious meals to improve their focus, concentration, and overall learning potential. The largest expenditures in school nutrition are food and labor, including benefits. Food costs will see an increase in school year 25. However, extreme weather changes will continue to affect produce and other food prices. Salaries and benefits for fiscal year 25 will increase by approximately $860. For salaries and benefits previously budgeted. Ideally, school nutrition should be a self-supporting entity. In the effort to become self-supporting, all S&P expenditures will be budgeted with the S&P fund. S&P fund balance will be used to balance difference between expenditures and revenues. Mid-year, I will meet with Dr. Broom to review the budget to determine if financial support is needed from the general fund. There is also a 5% increase, primarily to cover projected raises in salaries and insurance. Student meal revenue is expected to increase significantly, indicating an anticipated rise in student participation. Federal funding remains consistent between the 2 years. Other revenue sources are projected to decrease due to a conservative estimate, while individual components like contracted services and catering remain unchanged. While school nutrition operates as a nonprofit program, it's important to clarify that it is not entirely self-funded. We receive crucial federal assistance to ensure we can provide healthy meals to our students. This federal assistance comes in a multi-tiered system based on several factors. Number of students enrolled in the school district affects the base level of funding we receive.
As we serve more meals, we're eligible for additional federal support. This incentivizes us to reach more students and combat hunger. Schools with a higher percentage of students from low-income families for meals served. This ensures equitable access to nutritious meals for all students, regardless of their families' financial circumstances. This combination of factors, enrollment, meals served, and income, determines how much federal reimbursement we receive for each meal served. We are incredibly grateful to the community's generosity. Their recent donations clear student lunch debt, ensuring all students can have access to nutritious meals and a positive learning environment. We offer a variety of appealing and healthy choices like chicken and bahami subs, veggie burgers, curry chickpea samosas. These make healthy eating more attractive to students, encouraging participation and well-being. We are committed to the staff development. We invest in training and knowledge enhancement, leading to a better service and improved program outcomes. This community-supported program prioritizes student well-being through delicious and diverse menus and investing in its dedicated staff. School nutrition is a balancing act. Declining student participation leads to lost revenue and potential nutritional needs. We are creating new menu options based on student preferences. Mounting debt creates a burden for family in the school nutrition program. A strong charge policy will help to discourage negative balances. Rising food and operational costs make it harder to offer diverse and healthy options. Balancing premium meals and affordability, we must balance the desire for high-quality, scratch-made meals with program budget constraints. Increased staff costs, referring to rising wages and benefits, will continue to put pressure on our budget. Attracting and retaining staff due to competitive wages and demanding environments will make it difficult to find and keep qualified staff. Limited staffing impacts the program's efficiency and the quality of service offered. Navigating nutritional standards and preferences by balancing the need for nutritious meals with student preferences and program sustainability is a constant challenge. We're committed to offering a wide variety of culturally diverse dishes, vegetarian options, and healthy snacks alongside familiar favorites. We value student input and will regularly gather feedback through surveys, tastings, to refine our base menu We value student input and will regularly gather feedback through surveys and tastings to refine our menu based on the preferences and adjusting the menu accordingly. School nutrition will strive to utilize fresh, local ingredients whenever possible, enhancing flavor and promoting healthy eating habits while supporting the community. Offering grab-and-go options will offer convenient options for students with busy schedules and may crave a lighter meal. Utilizing creative posters, social media campaigns, and exciting tasting events will promote new menus and generate excitement among students. Communicate the nutritional value, affordability, and convenience of school meals compared to packaged lunches, encouraging participation and showcasing the program's value. By implementing these strategies, we aim to enhance the student dining experience, promote healthy choices, and ensure the program's sustainability. Any questions?
I have one, and I may not even know what I'm reading, so I'm sorry if my question doesn't make sense. But when I was looking at it, I noticed there's like a $6,000 difference in the food budgets between last year and this year. but then in the other section, it's about 85,000. Is that because you're anticipating more students eating?
Yes. So this year, we've seen an increase, in participation with our students. We anticipate that to carry over. And we are looking at additional grants, that we receive.
A similar question, where it says benefits, for the 24 budget, it says 89,000, and you're going 696,000. Is that, Lonita, this may be a Dr. Byrne question, is that based on the state and then
So first, I just thank y'all for putting all the expenses into this budget. I've been wanting to see all nutrition into the nutrition budget. I just think it helps all of us, grapple with it a little bit more clearly. And I know that this is preliminary, so, just a couple of comments. Looking at your run rate expense, it's about $900,000 or so above your run rate revenue. And I know that there are some one-time funding opportunities that may be in there, but that feels like a large difference to make. So there probably is going to be continued general fund support on this budget, or at least that's my understanding. Is that a correct kind of assumption reading where we are?
Our goal, of course, is to aim to cover all of our own expenditures, but we may need funding. Our driving revenue is from student sales. Sure. As opposed to from the government benefits that we get because of our low free and reduced rate.
Of course. And to that end, a lot of the conversation that we're having about ensuring that we aren't racking up more debt actually goes to support the program. The one thing that I would say, I'm speaking for myself right now, but I've heard this in the community as well, that I am certainly willing to continue to countenance general fund support of nutrition, to ensure that the meals are great, right? Like we would not want to see us move forward in a way balancing that budget by removing the quality from the food offerings that we actually provide to the kids. And so that is not at all suggesting that that's what y'all are suggesting. I just want to state that for the record, that I would much rather see the general fund continue to subsidize this than see a reduction in the quality of the food that we are capable of providing our kids.
Yes, one of the things that you did see in the presentation, and I know that Ms. Breedlove spoke to it, is that we are going to survey our students around quality. So obviously we want a nutritious meal, but we want a tasty meal. We want a meal that is also pleasing to sight. Mm-hmm. And so all of those sorts of things are what we're going to, in that look ahead. And also the ways in which we can innovate around farm to table and other options in all of our schools. So those are the ways that, yes, that innovation is possible, but that still does require supplementing with general funds.
Yeah. Thank you.
May I ask one other question? I'm so sorry. When, I think it was after Carmen asked about the benefits, so the salaries for FY '24 are $1,289,000, and then for FY '25, it's about, I think, $249,000.
So that includes our 5%.
Yeah, I think where I'm struggling, and I'm so tired, so I'm sorry, my math may be wrong here. Even 5%, I think, wouldn't increase $250,000.
So one of the things that this board did ask us to do was to make sure that we did bring everyone up to a minimum, and so that did impact some of the nutrition pieces. That was in the overall 2A designation, and that was in that first discussion in the November board retreat.
Some of it also reflects from what came from the general fund, were included 2 salaries. That is now added to.
Just do the splash casserole and pencil beans.
We did not do the slice casserole.
Brings back.
Believe it or not, the kids, the pinto beans, not quite as popular, but we are looking at enhancing the menu, and making it as, appealing as we can with our very nutritious restrictions that we have.
Right.
We are about low sodium and low sugar,
That
of
sounds
those good strengths.
Terrible beans. Low sugar, no salt.
Okay, now I'd like to introduce Willie Washington, the Director of ESOL, Federal Programs, and CARES Grant Administrator.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In 2020 and 2021, Congress passed 3 stimulus bills that provided nearly $190.5 billion to the Elementary and Secondary Emergency Education Relief Fund, or the ESSER Fund. States receive these funds based on the same proportion that each state receives under the Elementary and Secondary Education Act Title I-A funding formula. States were then required to distribute at least 90% of funds to local education agencies based on their proportional share of Elementary and Secondary Education Act Title I-A funds. States had the option to reserve 10% of the allocation for emergency needs as determined by the state to address issues responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. These federal funds were the CARES I Act, the SRSA ESSER II Act, and ESSER III ARP Act, are more commonly called CARES II and CARES III. Each act provided an increasing level of monetary funds to school districts. CSD received $321,028 in CARES I funding, $1,089,171 in SRSA ESSER II funding, and $2,448,337 in ESSER III ARP funding, totaling $3.8 million in ESSER grant funds. The funds received by CSD under these 3 funding acts were significantly less than the surrounding metro area school districts. Compared to CSD's total ESSER grant funding of $3.8 million, Atlanta Public Schools' total ESSER funding was $313.9 million, Clayton County Schools, $263.9 million, Cobb County Schools, $248.1 million, DeKalb County Schools, $486.2 million, Fulton County Schools, $262.3 million, and Marietta City Schools, $24.4 million. Although some districts experienced difficulty in spending all of their ESSER funding, CSD did not have that problem. Our focus in our initiatives and the uses of our ESSER funds were all focused on the strategic accelerator of ensuring student success in all areas. In addition to the required district allocation of these federal ESSER funds, the Georgia Department of Education began to use its 10% reserve funds to provide additional grants to LEAs. Some were distributed to all districts, and some were distributed as competitive grants for which districts had to apply. CSD received approximately $993,000 in funds through these additional Godot grant allocations. The next several slides that we will look at tell us the story of these stimulus allocations and their uses in CSD. Here we see how CSD utilized our CARES I, CARES II, and CARES III funds. As noted, 91.2% of these funds were used for instruction, providing instructional staff salary and benefits, instructional software and instructional technology. The positives indicated here for the ESSER federal fund received provided CSD with a supplemental funding source to meet the varied and challenging needs that arose in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only did these funds represent a supplemental source for providing health and safety materials and equipment, but allowed us to provide intensive remediation for our students as we return to in-person school. As most know, all ESSER funds expire this year as of September 30, 2024. The challenges facing all LEAs is how to continue to meet any essential needs and continue any essential practices that were uncovered and put in place during this grant funding period. The good news for CSD, however, as these funds expire, is that we designed the use of these funds strategically with the end in mind, understanding that any implementation of these funds would need to have a natural sunset time, RB1s that would be able to be funded from the local general budget. Planning was key. Over the past 3 years, with the end in mind, CSD moved portions of salaries and benefits to the general funds budget for essential positions needed for the continued success of all students. This included our district intervention coordinator. In looking at 11 intervention positions that were funded through ESSER, some of these positions were absorbed into the general fund budget via the process of natural attrition, are phased out as appropriate as we stabilize instruction and instructional practices coming out of the pandemic. Also, CSD has utilized other grant funding sources to continue to improve and enhance the health and safety needs identified, as well as strategic planning to increase and sustain operational effectiveness. Next, moving on to look at the ESSA federal funds. The purpose of federal education program funding under the Every Student Succeeds Act is to provide LEAs and their schools with supplemental financial resources and assistance in order to ensure equitable access to a high-quality education regardless of student economic status or other equity factors. Although there are many federal grants available to school districts under this act, all districts are not eligible to receive all grants based on the purpose of the grant funds. Over the next several slides, we will take a look at the largest ESSA federal grant that CSD does receive, Title I, Part A. Over the past 20 years, the Title I-A dollars that CSD receives shrunk significantly. Since 2005, CSD has experienced a 62% decrease in Title I-A funds received. In 2025, we are expecting a 15% decrease in the funds received over 2024. Because of the limited Title I-A funding received, CSD has decided to focus its Title I dollars in our K-5 schools. Currently, CSD has 2 identified Title I schools, Claremont Elementary and Talley Street Upper Elementary School. To maintain a consistent level of service in these identified Title I schools, CSD uses the transferability option of federal funds and transfers its Title II-A and Title IV-A allocations into our Title I funds. 55% of our Title I dollars are used for instruction, providing salary and benefits for the Title I instructional staff of 1 teacher and 1 paraprofessional at each school, supplemental instructional materials and supplies, and professional learning for our Title I staff to enhance their craft as an intervention specialist. Our funds are also used to support parent capacity building workshops and provide resource materials for these workshops, such as a Title I Family Literacy Night and a Title I Family Math Night. Please note that most federal funds require that a portion be designated to provide services to students attending private schools. These are called proportionate share services or equitable services. The private school set aside for Title I-A for FY '24 is $198,641. Although this is included in our allocation, it is not available for CSD use. The positives in the receipt and use of our Title I-A dollars is immense. With these funds, we are able to focus on those students at our 2 K-5 schools who need the supplemental academic support focused on filling in the gaps and accelerating learning by providing this additional intervention support staff at each school. At the end of the FY '23 school year, 65% of our Title I students met or exceeded their projected math growth goals in reading, and 67% met or exceeded their math growth goals in math. Although we have much work to do, the continuation of these services is essential in ensuring that our students thrive and excel academically. We are also able to target these funds to support the parents of these students on how they may more effectively support their students' learning at home. There are significant budget-related challenges facing our Title I-A program. Our greatest challenge, however, is how to maximize the use of this decreasing pool of funds to most effectively meet the needs of all our students. As previously noted, CSD currently uses the federal program's transferability option, transferring our Title II-A and Title IV-A funds into Title I-A. Even with this transfer, it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain our current level of service. It is noted that currently only 55% of our combined Title I-A dollars are spent on instruction. Approximately 41% of our Title I-A dollars are spent for federal program administration, which includes salary and benefits for the federal program director and coordinator, and for the salary and benefits of our parent engagement liaison under pupil services. Although these positions are fundamental and essential and necessary to a Title I federal program, this level of funding is not sustainable. As a part of our modified zero-based budgeting protocol, the request was made to include a portion of these salary and benefit expenses in our general fund budget in the amount of $229,893. This request is critical to allow us to sustain the delivery of a viable Title I program in CSD. So in looking at the road ahead, we must strategically consider how we put budget structures in place that allow us to use our Title I-A dollars efficiently and effectively to ensure equitable outcomes for all our students. This will most certainly include a braiding of funds between the local budget and the federal budget to meet the continuing academic needs of all our students. Any questions?
I have a quick question, and you may not have this number off the top of your head. About how many students do we have that are served through Title I?
Probably around 90, but I can confirm that.
Okay. Is that just K through 5, or is that?
It's the K2 school, Claremont, and then at the 3-5 school, Tally.
Right.
May I ask, is the reduction in Title I funding, based solely on students?
It's based on our poverty percentage as reported by the U.S. Census.
Let me ask one other question. I think I understood this, and Dr. Whitaker, this may be for later as well. So if we're looking at the CARES grants and we had maybe $4 million plus that helped fund the intervention, specialists, teachers, et cetera. So some positions have been phased out and some have been phased into the general fund.
Yes, through attrition.
Thank you.
And that phasing actually happened prior to this FY '25 budget that you're looking at now.
Yes. We are on CARES 3 and have almost extended all of our CARES 3.
And then, just very quickly, I just want to confirm, when we are moving some of the grant administration costs out of the grant into the general fund, that frees those dollars up within the grant to then spend within the classroom, right?
Exactly correct.
Do we have a target, what we are hoping our, right now you said 55% towards instruction, something on that order. Do we have a target as to what we want that number to be?
So it's more so about the selection of what to put in the general fund versus what to keep in the actual budget. So we needed to think about a couple of things. One, the percentages at the school, the instruction, the supplies, the grant administration, and then delineating what really is more of a CSD ownership, and then what is the ownership really of the title fund. And so it wasn't necessarily a percentage target, but more so looking at applicably what is title to do and keeping that in the classroom, because federally, that's really what it's designed to do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
It wasn't a percentage target.
Got it.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Our next presentation is by Francis, Superintendent at
Good afternoon.
I am here to share information about one of the special education grants and its connection to the building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture, as well as the student accelerators. Special education funds are a part of the funds that CSD receives after completing the Comprehensive LEA Improvement Plan, or CLIP. The CLIP is reviewed annually in the spring, and the plan must be approved by the Georgia Department of Education before any federal grant program funds flow to CSD. In April and May, CSD will invite the community and staff to participate in the CLIP review. We will have in-person and online options for engagement. We welcome all to participate in some way. This slide shows what we have budgeted in FY24 and the projected budget in FY25. In the largest of all the special education grants that we received, the 611 flow-through. I will also mention the 619 grant briefly when appropriate. The 611 flow-through is awarded for the purpose of assisting public school districts in ensuring that districts have supplemental funds in order to provide all eligible students with IEPs between the ages of 3 to 21, special education and related services designed to meet their unique needs and prepare them for further education, employment, and independent living. All expenses have to be reasonable and allowable. The grant allows for 100% carryover of unspent funds for one additional grant period. However, funds can never supplant general funds, and there are 2 formal annual compliance checks to ensure that CSD does not do that. These compliance checks are called Maintenance of Effort, MOE, and Excess Cost Requirements. As with other federal funds that flow through Title, all districts are required to provide and set aside funds to provide a portion of services to students attending private schools. These are called proportionate shared services. Proportionate shared services for special education include students with disabilities attending school at home. Because of continued significant disproportionality for Black students in the area of identification in special education, CSD is also required to redirect 15% of 611 and 619 grant funds towards comprehensive, coordinated, early intervening services, or CCEIS, to address disproportionality. As these sub-grant expenditures allow, we can then budget for salaries, benefits, contracted professional services, special transportation, extended school year, and/or software renewals. The greatest expense is always related to the salary and benefits of staff that is needed to provide IEP services. The greatest positive that I can share is that regarding the use of funds, nearly 80% of 611 funds are spent on instruction. With 611 and 619 combined, we are able to fund 17.5 additional pre-K through 12 special education paraprofessionals, salaries, benefits, and their subs above the 16.5 funded through general funds. This year, we are also able to cover a portion of special education transportation expenses and contracted IEP services above what the local operations budget is able to cover. However, this is not always the case that we have funds available in the grant for all of those expenses. While it has been a couple of years, it is also worth mentioning that the last time that the Georgia DOE audited federal programs in 2019, CSD had 0 major findings relating to the financial management and use of special education grants. Challenges we experience relating to the use of grant funds are not necessarily unique to CSD. While we did not have the millions of dollars worth of American Rescue Plan funds, the funds we had were largely spent on special education hiring and retention bonuses in the 2022-2023 and the current school year. These bonuses were important because, as you know, nationally, the special education field has experienced human resource challenges for years. These challenges include teacher capacity building and traditionally hard-to-fill positions such as special education teachers, speech-language therapists, related service providers, and paraprofessionals. Going forward, bonuses will have to come as the state determines and via the general fund budget. With the expected 5% increase in salaries for all staff in CSD, this will likely impact the available funds in the grant to cover other expenses, as staff paid from the grant will also receive whatever the local percentage increase is approved. Another challenge is the continued 15% penalty on IDEA grants related to the significant disproportionality that requires that funds be redirected to early intervening services. Again, this reduces the funds available to cover other expenditures relating to the provision of special education. To address this, the general fund budget is ready to support the program, and this was discussed in the modified zero-based budgeting process. A third challenge is that as a school system, we have small schools. Because we value keeping students in their neighborhood schools, every school is allotted a staff above their QBE earnings in every area of special education, including paraprofessional staff. The final challenge is that per our October 2023 FTE reporting, we do anticipate that the amount of funds budgeted for proportionate shared services will increase because Georgia DOE is now tracking students attending private schools using SB 10. All districts have seen students which were previously not tracked in that way. As stated earlier, this too is available in the grant for other expenditures. Here, Georgia DOE will return to CSD to conduct cross-functional monitoring. They will once again inspect every part of our federal funds, including the special education grants. We continue to be diligent and meticulous about the use and management of grant funds so that we can minimize or completely avoid audit findings. We are also working with school leaders to increase QBE earnings through improved scheduling of special education services, accurate data reporting, and the grouping of students in order to maximize FTE. Last and most importantly, we are all in with the inclusion of special education teachers in the district literacy and math initiatives. These efforts will help build all content teacher capacities and to ensure education teachers do not miss out on the excellent curriculum professional development that they need in order to then specially design instruction for their students with IEP. We are grateful about the work being done around MTSS in CSD. This work is going to be critical to ensuring appropriate referrals to special education for all students and should greatly impact the disproportionality in identification of Black students. We have so much to look forward to. And next month, I will be back to present to you on the overall special education program. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Do you have any questions for me?
No, go ahead, Tracy.
Carmen.
I think, Carmen, you can go ahead. Okay. Could you just, give us a little bit more insight about the 15% penalty, kind of what that means and what the district has to do to not acquire such a penalty?
Yes. So, in the year when we have our budgeting, our reporting period, so we have FTE and we have student record. Those are two big reporting periods that we report data to the state. And at that time, we report number of students that have been found eligible, and we also report in June our in-school and out-of-school suspensions, as well as all disciplines. So through that data, the state then calculates, using that data, the state calculates a ratio, a risk ratio for every subgroup of that we have in the district, and it's done by race. And so our ratio has been above 3.0 in the area of identification. This is the second year. Before that, it was in the area of discipline. So there was 1 year we had both discipline and identification. We continue to track that data. We are looking like we're trending in the right direction with identification. We are not trending in the right direction for discipline. Because of those risk ratios being above 3.0, we are required to complete this CCEIS plan. It has to be approved before we can implement it, and it goes through several levels of approval. It also requires that before I put anything in the budget for the IDEA grant, that the CCEIS set aside is in there. And they will not approve any of my budgets until that is approved. And so we then implement the plan as written. We can't deviate from it. And the plan, because it's federally funded, is very narrow in the scope of the work that we can do. So we right now have a student engagement coach, and she implements the interventions that are in that plan. So that is how the plan works and how it affects our funds. But we know that the issue is much larger, and that's why the work around MTSS is so critical, because that is where students, that is how schools know how to support students in Tier 1 and make the changes that they need academically and behaviorally.
And also, Mrs. Holt, if you would speak to what will happen tomorrow at our administrative staff meeting.
So tomorrow, I'm going to present a preview of the presentation that I will give you all next month regarding special education and the state of special education. We're going to review achievement data, and we're going to review that disproportionality data with principals and all coordinators and directors.
So to clarify, does that mean that where we have some room to grow is that we are disciplining children who have been previously identified as having special learning needs, or we are inappropriately referring kids? So we are mixing up kids that have discipline needs and special education needs, namely students of color.
Yes, it is both. And and our DisPro is in Black students, and it's in Black students, specific learning disabilities category. In the past, we were specific learning and emotional behavior disorders. Right now, it's just specific learning, and we are tracking intellectual disabilities as well. We're monitoring that data. And so, yes, for that behavior.
And this is not the first time that we've brought this data before the administrative staff. Very early in my tenure here in the district, I learned of some practices that I would consider the fast pass or lightning pass into special education. And oftentimes that fast pass was for a student of color. Meaning we're moving too quickly to evaluation without actually implementing all the tiers of MTSS. So if you remember in my 90-day findings, one of the things that I shared was we needed to fully start over with MTSS because I knew of at least 3 situations where a lightning fast pass was given straight to evaluation without the collection of data for identification specifically of Black boys in early, I won't say learning, not saying it's happening at ECLC, but I'm talking about the K-2 space. So if I'm identifying Black boys disproportionately at K-2, what does that do to my risk ratio as it propels throughout their educational career? And then when I layer on top of that the way in which we discipline any student with a disability, but when looking at that data, specifically looking at are Black, once again, those are some of the things we need to address. So this won't be the first time that the data, but I need to know from a fidelity of implementation for what is placed in the plan that Mrs. Holt referenced, that schools are being held accountable for that level of implementation around student engagement. So when training comes for teachers such as a CT3, which is a tier 1, it will only help, but in the tier 2 and tier 3 levels of behavior intervention. And so those are some of the ways in which we are going to need to combat the CCEIS, because ultimately the DOE is saying we are identifying our Black students at a higher rate than any other.
The question,
Go ahead, Ms.
okay. And I don't know if this can be answered easily. I just wondered because I believe you said 80% of the 611 grant is spent on instruction, but I think we're at about 50% of the Title I funds for instruction. Is there a kind of explainable reason for the disparity?
Do you mean when it comes to, do you mean that for each and every grant, there should be a specific proportion or percentage?
I'm not
Is that
sure.
the question?
Well, I think Hans had asked what the target was for the percentage of funds spent on instruction. And then I just noticed the difference between 50 and 80 and wondered if it was an amount of money or the administration.
So if you remember that there are multiple special education funds. So right now, we're specifically speaking to flow through, but there are multiple federal grants. And the proportion we desire, or the percentage we desire for service, understand when you're talking about special education, you're talking about a regulation that supersedes, i.e. IDEA, that supersedes, 1, the way it's staffed, 2, the requirements for instruction. And so thinking about Title I in the same way that you would look at special ed are 2 different things, because Title I is not regulatory in the same manner in which special education is.
So I think that, this is why, the work of our equity department is important. And I'm excited about our MTSS process being executed with more fidelity. But I think that in addition to that critical practice is training that's necessary for teachers to understand why, why was that okay to usher these Black students through the process? And there were multiple people involved in that process who thought that was okay.
Mhm.
And so, and the MTSS process, when I have been engaged in that process is, that you're supposed to start at Tier 1 with these supports, and you're supposed to document, how these different interventions worked and for so many days and
In the progress monitoring.
yes, and all,
and the,
right.
mhm.
And so, that's no secret. And so, but there were folks who, obviously on multiple occasions, skipped that.
Yeah.
And so I think that's another, I just want to press on that, that's another important role that our equity department, should play, is in terms of, digging down into those implicit biases and, those things, that thinking that allowed those things to happen.
I would agree, totally with my address to it. I did speak to that as well. So the fact that it's a both and.
Mm-hmm.
It's a matter of understanding leadership. It's a matter of understanding intervention. It's definitely, as we have in our strategic plan, equity is to be interwoven in everything. So the tenets of equity are definitely at play. And so, and then ultimately, this is how we have penalties at a federal level, because we have not done the due diligence. And so, yes, there is a level of accountability, and that comes from me to leaders, because that's ultimately the person who puts that information into our student information system, or that person that calls the psychologist to say, I am quickly wanting this type of evaluation. That's one of the reasons why I did the reorg that I did, was to have one person that would need to know, who is aware of the special education side as well as the identification side, must approve it before it gets to that point. Because I needed to put in a stopgap of accountability in that process while we are addressing the MTSS implementation with Fidelity, because that's a broader stroke, because it starts in the Tier 1.
A broader comment, I think, for the entire community here. I mean, we use terms like implicit bias, I think sometimes to soften the blow. When you look at some of this, it's pretty clear there's explicit bias here as well. I just want to make sure that is vocalized and stated. It's very difficult to get the outcomes that we're getting without intending to get those outcomes at some level. So that's important. There's a theme here. We're going to be talking an enormous amount about equity and equitable outcomes for kids as we go forward. And it is because we have a catastrophic problem with it, without question. You see it in the results of student performance. You see it, we're being issued penalties because of our performance on this. And so if there's anybody in this community that is wondering why we're talking about it, this is why we're talking about it, and why we are going to be extraordinarily focused on it over the next few years. I had a really quick question about the transportation. It looked like we're about cutting it in half, and I want to make sure that is being made up in the general fund. We're not actually reducing the amount of supportive transportation we're providing here. It's just going to have to come from a different funding source. Am I correct in that? Okay, great. Thank you.
Any questions? Turn to Johan.
Yeah.
Thank you. I will now ask Dr. Broom to come back up.
Nice.
Thank you. Thank you to all the presenters. Good job.
Thank you also to Dr. Whitaker. Previously, the board was not presented this valuable information. However, as we strive to ensure financial transparency in all operations, this will be a part of the budget development as an annual presentation. This is your fiscal year 25 proposed preliminary budget for special revenue funds. The amounts listed here are projections, and as we begin to receive the grants in fiscal year 25, the numbers will be adjusted to reflect actual and presented to the board for approval. This is your fiscal year 25 proposed preliminary budget for the school nutrition program. School nutrition is anticipating a deficit budget of $843,410. In order to balance the deficit, this amount will be deducted from school nutrition fund balance of $1.4 million. Are there any questions?
Go ahead.
So, I know that we, we should have a certain amount of money in our fund balance, a certain percentage. What is that for? What percentage range is it for nutritional?
It doesn't apply to nutrition.
It doesn't apply by some kind of policy that we've officially set, but we do want some level of reasonable fund balance in nutrition, same as we would any other fund, correct?
Well, if one school nutrition fund balance gets too low, that's when they dip into the general fund. So ideally, school nutrition should use their funds prior to going into general fund.
This is a bit of an open-ended question, so if this is a come back to me later, that's perfectly fine. But the reason why you have a fund balance in the general fund and some of the other funds is to handle inter-year contingencies, unanticipated contingencies or emergencies that may arise.
Agreed.
Does that exist within nutrition as well? Is there any sort of a scenario where we would want to consider some sort of a baseline fund balance? In this year, I'm not particularly worried about it because, 15% is generally a pretty reasonable number to have as a fund balance, and we are going to remain with a 15% fund balance after this. We won't next year, and these numbers aren't going to be dramatically different next year, right? So this is let me take a half step back. What we are doing this year is we are plugging the gap of a recurrent fund imbalance with one-time funds. Fine for 1 year, what's our plan for next year? I think is probably the core question.
General fund.
Yeah, so that's it. Is there a reason, and the question that I would have for a larger question, is there a reason to maintain a fund balance of a certain percentage in nutrition as well, going forward?
We can benchmark what other districts have. What I will say is, as we are working, just like through earlier, our nutrition policy,
Right.
you have to almost let that first stabilize it, and let's see what's necessary with full implementation, with fidelity of the policy that will eventually, be passed before the beginning of next school year, if on track for, we're in March, April, May, June. So yes, if we do an April, May, June pre-work regular, it would be effective when we start in August, which would be my recommendation for the board, knowing timeline, so that it would be in place when school starts in the beginning of the year.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so, board, I want you to think about, you heard a lot of numbers this morning. This is afternoon, right? You heard a lot of numbers this afternoon. And when we are comparing this school system to the metro, think about some of the numbers that Mrs. Washington was able to actually say of how much other districts received in title funds or ARP funds and poverty levels. All of those things you need to think about when you're thinking about, yes, we are smaller, but proportionally, CSD has the lowest free and reduced lunch population actually in the entire state of Georgia.
Mm.
This means not only are the comparison for scale, i.e. just about everyone around us is larger, is not necessarily applicable, but the ability to fund what would be positions or even operating costs through those federal dollars, such as the Title I. Mrs. Washington said we take Title I and Title II and actually combine it. Or even the flow-through that Mrs. Holt spoke about. Those, thinking about what we do versus what everyone else does, those opportunities just don't exist for us. So I want to remind the community of that because we supplement proportionally many more costs via our general fund because we don't have access to it federally. And those implications of the FY25 state and federal grants have an impact on the general fund. I know that this conversation around the general fund will continue tonight as we present the second draft of our preliminary general fund budget. All right.
Thank you, Dr. Broom and staff, for all that information. We will move on to policy.
All right, Chair Herndon, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to review our finance policy for first read.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Herndon, Vice Chair Dr. Tolton, esteemed members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Gima Whitaker. Today, we have one policy on the agenda for work session. This policy was discussed in pre-work last month. The recommendation being made is the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept this policy for first read. It will then be available for public comment through Assembly. This is policy DB, Planning, Programming, Budgeting System. This policy, presented in pre-work last month, was presented in response to board priorities, and it aligns with our strategic accelerator of organizational effectiveness and excellence. This policy establishes the production of an annual, organized, and comprehensive budget document that reflects the most recent board-approved budget of our district. One edit was made after receiving feedback from the board during pre-work last month. This was to eliminate the phrase, "if necessary," in reference to including a glossary as part of the document. Therefore, a glossary will be required per the new draft. No other changes were made to the version that was discussed last month. Is there any discussion, or may I read the recommendation?
Sorry, busy reading.
May I ask I don't know if it's a question or a discussion here. I don't know what you call that thing we already see where it's like 2113, 2110, and there's a different, are they the budget numbers, and then it gives a description, the code. So, is that what we're talking about when we're saying, number 4? Like, we'll get the freedom to define what would go in that?
So the Association for School Business Organizations actually design as what a budget book will include. So the actual policy that you see before you is what they define as an official school budget book. I know that Board Member Utz actually gave us one to take about and look about, and we have. Obviously, in my career, I've worked in 2 school systems that both produce budget books. Those budget books are many, many pages, but they give you a full, I won't say snapshot, a full portrait of the way funds are allocated as well as used in a school system. So we will use that same format. So if you look at that, if you look at Paulding, or if you look at it, either one of the school districts I worked in, that's what we're producing.
I'll do this right way. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to accept policy DB, planning, programming, budget systems for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Woods makes a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Dalton, all right, any discussion or questions?
This is tangential, it's not necessarily related to this specific policy, but if we need a policy around a type or expanse of a budgeting system, like an ERP or something like that, but I just got confused by the title. Is that a separate policy that would come out, or is it a sub-policy under this?
So this title is given to us really more so by, Georgia School Board Association
Okay.
with the nomenclature of DB.
Yeah, they'll provide all the codes, so when this was a desire of the board and it aligned to our work, we worked with GSBA and we said, here's what they want and here's what's been drafted, under which code would this fit?
Great,
And
okay,
they come back and say, put this under DB.
got it. All right.
Yes,
What is ERP?
you were talking about the ERP.
Yeah, so ensuring that our data system that actually does all of the, the general ledger management, all of that if we have a policy around moving towards a modern system for that, I didn't want us to not have a place to put it, but.
Yes, I would say that kind of goes back to, the conversation we were having about SPLOST. And I looked back at the room and I said, oh, yes, let's think about that, Mr. Melton, because currently that type of funding is another SPLOST expense because it is SPLOST eligible, let's say that.
Sure. Okay. All right, thank you.
I guess section 3 kind of, it's like, it literally says for all financial funds managed by the city schools of Decatur. So that's what we expect this to. I mean, it's hard
It
to,
does.
it's hard to complain about that when it just says all.
Yes.
Another note is it should include numerous charts and graphs. It just makes me giggle a little bit. I don't know if there's a specific chart or graph that we would want to
Again,
suggest.
it's more kind of, it's based on recommended language that really
Yeah.
came from, both ASBO, yeah.
Because, a lot of pie charts probably don't mean pie charts. Any
It's part of the
request.
whole.
So I was just saying that it will be robust.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, listen, if I were in charge of putting this budget together and read it said all, okay, there you go, every dollar.
Yes, so one of the reasons why it was very important to have the state and federal use of funds presentation, because that type of information goes into this budget book. And one of our, and I always go back to it, one of the strategic accelerators is that we would be efficient, we would be excellent. That includes, and one of the first initiatives is fiscal transparency and a robust budget book that speaks to state, federal funds, general funds, understanding special revenue, understanding what happens even at a local school when you're processing policies and collection of funds and the way in which we process all of that goes into the budget book.
Yeah.
Now, what is not included, and I want to be clear, is like booster or PTA. Those are not things that are under this
we
governance
control.
team. Yes, so that would not be there. But I know that that has implications for our schools.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor of aye? Aye. The motion carries unanimously. This concludes our work session for today. We will come back at 5 p.m. for our board meeting.
Can't change all of it.
All right. We'll now call this meeting to order at 5 p.m. Ask to silence your cell phone this time. We will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me in a moment of silent reflection. Thank you. Now I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Schools of Decatur's mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. We'll move on to a discussion of the minutes. Last time, board members, are there any revisions to the agenda this evening? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
I move to approve today's agenda.
Thank you, Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Lutz, second motions. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of minutes from the previous school board meeting. Do I have a motion to approve February's regular board minutes?
I move to approve, February's regular board minutes.
Thank you, Board Member Utz, who makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan, for seconding the motion. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We're now going to move forward with our other agenda items, starting with the student and staff recognition. Dr. Whitaker, I see a few students and staff and some familiar faces in the audience. Are there recognitions?
Yes, Chair Herndon. Tonight we have several board recognitions. Chief of Communications, Ms. McCall Hart-Marunga, and Ms. Jennifer Burton, our Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, will come to the podium to make the presentations. But first, please turn your attention to
Thank you to everyone that put that together.
Board Chair Herman, Vice Chair Salter, and esteemed board members, Ms. Johnson Davis, Ms. Butts, and Ms. Anderson. Today, on behalf of Superintendent Dr. Gina Whitaker and the entire CSD school community, I have the honor of recognizing each of you today in observance of School Board Appreciation Week. In recognition of your invaluable contributions, the week of March 11th through the 15th has been designated as School Board Appreciation Week in Georgia. This week-long observance is aimed at highlighting the vital role played by local board members like you across the state. In addition to the video presentation, you will receive certificates signed by Dr. Whitaker and gift baskets full of swag from all of our schools. Take a moment, someone would just raise your swag bag, a basket, so that you can see. Thank you to Holly and Sarah and all of the principals who helped us to pull that together. Please accept these as a small token of our appreciation for all you do on behalf of the students and staff of CSD. We also have a proclamation by the Governor of the State of Georgia. A proclamation, School Board Appreciation Week. Whereas the education of Georgia's children is key to this state's continued prosperity and success. And whereas for Georgia to continue to grow, we must commit to our state students by providing high academic standards, trained teachers and staff, and adequate resources to all schools. And whereas Georgians serving on school boards have demonstrated a strong commitment to quality public education by securing necessary resources, promoting academic standards, and fostering partnerships within communities. And whereas the Board of Education collaborates with school systems, parents, businesses, and community leaders so that students can become educated, productive members of our state and nation. And now, therefore, I, Brian T. Kemp, Governor of the State of Georgia, do hereby proclaim March 13th through 17th this year it's March 11th through 15th as School Board Appreciation Week in Georgia. In witness thereof, this proclamation was signed by Governor Kemp with the seal of the Executive Department affixed. We also have copies of this that have been presented to you by Courtney, and I want to thank her and Paris for helping to pull this together. I will now turn the podium over to Decatur Center Manager and Andrea Arnold, who will read another proclamation on behalf of the city.
Good evening.
I may not be able to top the governor, but I'm certainly going to try. This is quite an honor for me to be here to present this proclamation on behalf of the mayor and city commission. So, whereas Georgians serving on school boards have demonstrated a strong commitment to quality public education by securing necessary resources, promoting academic standards, and fostering partnerships within communities. And whereas a primary function of the city schools of Decatur Board of Education is to adopt goals and policies that meet state requirements and reflect community needs. And whereas Board of Education members work with parents, businesses, education professionals, and other community members to create the educational vision for our schools so that students can realize their full potential, thrive as productive global citizens, ignite positive change, and create a more just and equitable world. And whereas Board of Education members play a vital role in supporting our schools, students, and employees. And whereas for Georgia to continue to grow, we must commit to our state students by providing high academic standards, trained teachers and staff, and adequate resources to all schools. And whereas Board of Education members' decisions affect the present and future lives of children, and set the direction to prepare all students to be competitive in local, state, national, and global economies. And whereas the education of Georgia's children is key to the state's continued prosperity and success, and whereas the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education truly embodies the district's all-in motto as board members work tirelessly to ensure positive outcomes for all students. Now therefore, the Mayor, Patricia Garrett, Mayor of the City of Decatur, the City of Homes, Schools, and Places of Worship, does hereby proclaim March 11th through 15th, 2024 as School Board Appreciation Week, and we urge all community members to join in extending appropriate recognition and gratitude to the members of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education.
Please join me in a round of applause for our board member.
We hope that you feel appreciated for all that you do, again, for us each and every day.
Thank you, Andy.
I'll now turn the mic over to Jennifer Burke.
Very, very clever that we're doing this right in the middle of budget. I just wanted to.
I don't plan it, I just execute it.
National School Social Work Week is an annual event held during the first calendar week of March and was celebrated this year from March 3rd to March 9th, 2024. This year's theme is Pearls of Wisdom, which represents the expansive pearls of wisdom and invaluable expertise that each school social worker brings to a school community. This week-long celebration shined a spotlight on the dedicated professionals who play a pivotal role in enhancing the well-being and success of students across the nation. During this week, school administration teams were invited to shower school social workers with gratitude and small tokens of appreciation to honor their tireless efforts and recognize their commitment to fostering positive school environments that directly impact students, administrators, teachers, educators, families, and the community at large. City Schools of Decatur Social Work Department is comprised of 5 school social workers. They support our students and families in many different ways. So when I call your name, please come on up. We have our lead social worker, Dr. Melvin Ratcliffe. Madison Bobbitt. Nicole Jefferson. Raven Adara Bigby. Don Howard. On behalf of the CSD team, thank you for all that you do to be all in for all students. At this time, I'll pause for Dr. Whitaker to read a proclamation.
Yes, so just as I did last time, come close. And this time you can actually read along. All right, the proclamation for National School Social Work Week, March 3rd to the 9th, 2024. Whereas the importance of school social work through the inclusion of the school social work programs and services has been recognized in the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965. I'm not going to go ahead and give you that quote, a citation, but also know it is recognized in the Disabilities Education Act. Whereas school social workers are exceptionally skilled in providing services to students who face serious challenges to school success, including disability, poverty, discrimination, abuse, neglect, bullying, familial stressors, and other barriers to learning. Whereas school social workers are needed more now than at any time in recent memory, as more students are struggling with mental and behavioral health disorders, with nearly 1 in 6 children from 2 to 8 years old, that is 17.4%, having been diagnosed with mental behavior or developmental disorder. Whereas individuals who wish to access community mental health services often find such services unavailable, inaccessible, or inadequate. Whereas school-based mental health programs are critical to early identification of and early intervention of mental health problems. Whereas school social workers being licensed mental health professionals in schools in the United States provide necessary assessment, interventions, counseling, family outreach, and community referrals. Whereas school mental health programs are critical to the early identification of mental health problems and in the provision of appropriate services when needed. Whereas school social workers maintain knowledge of school culture and school climate, which are necessary for responsible school safety planning. Whereas fewer than 1 in 5 children in need of mental health services actually receive these services, and research indicates that school mental health programs improve educational outcomes by decreasing absences, dropout rates, and discipline referrals, while improving academic achievement. Whereas school social workers serve as a vital members of a school's education team, playing a central role in creating partnerships between the home, school, and community to ensure student academic success. And whereas the celebration of School Social Work Week during the week beginning March 3rd, 2024, highlights the vital role school social workers play in the lives of students in the state of Georgia. Therefore, I, Dr. Jima Whitaker, Superintendent of City Schools of Decatur, proclaimed March 3rd through 9th, 2024, to be observed as National School Social Work Week. Yay! So now it's the workers who can take your proclamation and then just move to the back. Thank you.
College Heights would like to recognize Asia Silvis in her role as the infant preschool teacher mentor. Imagine an educator who seamlessly embodies the qualities of a collaborator, leader, and expert. Asia doesn't just guide her young students in their journey, she creates a learning community where children, families, and fellow teachers all play their parts harmoniously. Her deep understanding of best practices is demonstrated by the engaging activities and nurturing environment fostering each child's unique potential. Yet what truly sets Asia apart is her profound understanding of the critical role of social emotional development, attachment, and attunement in young children. She doesn't simply teach, she connects bridges of trust and understanding that becomes the foundation for lifelong learning and emotional well-being. Asia Silvis, please come on up. Sidekick's mission is to build connections with our entire Asian American Pacific Islander CSD community and beyond. It is sponsored by DHS faculty member Elizabeth Lewis, who is a powerful advocate for the students and single-handedly manages the program. Sidekicks is 100% student-led, and throughout the year, the students build relationships as they connect monthly through culturally relevant games and art activities. Now, in its third year, there are currently 45 DHS students and 24 Glenwood students participating in the program, which has grown each year. We have some of those students here with us today. So when I call your name, just come on up to the front. Glenwood student May Hodges. Harvey Hodges. Kieran Joyce. Robin Stevenson. We also have some of our DHS students, Noah Johnson, Tia Brown, and Elizabeth Lewis. Where you'll come down.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Carmen, you can stand behind them.
You didn't hear me? An unnecessary comment is what that was. Yeah, you didn't hear me? Finally.
I love it.
All right.
Awesome.
Congratulations, y'all. Yeah, you're back there.
Here we go. Oh, it's like the winter gets. Good, not really. How are you? All right.
Congratulations.
Say, Dr. Sophie, put it to paper.
Come on.
Yeah. Are they opening? They're open. They look like they're open.
Crunch, okay, there we go. Thank you so much for the presentations and our recognition and all the lovely pictures. Tracy, I think you look lovely in all of those. I know that you don't love pictures, but there are many where you look great, eyes wide open. Next presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair Herndon. I call on Dr. Lonita Broom, CFO, who will be accompanied by Ms. Andrea Arnold, our city manager for the city of Decatur.
Good evening, esteemed board members. The city's finance department and the school district finance department work closely together to ensure funding is allocated accurately and timely. Today, we have the pleasure of having City of Decatur City Manager Andrea Arnold and the city's finance director, Russ Madison, present to provide us with an overview of their role in the collection and distribution of funding for the school district.
Thank you, Lenita, and good evening to Mayor and board members and Superintendent Whitaker. It's a pleasure to be here tonight, and do want to recognize Russ Madison, who's our finance director, is also here with me. So when you ask questions, I'll just defer to Mr. Madison. But no, it really is an honor to be here, and I've been asked to speak tonight, really generally about the city's revenue and property tax collection process. And if what I cover is not exactly what you were seeking, certainly feel free to ask any questions that you may have. But I do believe that this is the first time that the city has presented this type of material to the board. So it really is my pleasure to do this. So we'll really start at the beginning in terms of the tax billing process. And we start with the property tax digest, and I'm sure most of you, all of you know that the property tax digest is essentially the value of all of the property. And that digest or those values are determined by DeKalb County, not the city of Decatur. So the DeKalb County assessors prepare that information and they share that information with the city. They normally provide that information to the city and as well as to school staff in a summary format in May, which in terms of budget development can be a little bit tricky. In terms of the timing, I will say there was a time when we received that information a little bit earlier in the budget process. And so if you all are anything like the city, there is a little bit of digest guesswork that goes into the budget development. Because of course, it's the value of the property across the city that ultimately, combined with the millage rate, determines the amount of taxes we all collect. We do receive a final detailed digest. When I say detailed, that includes every single property, the parcel number, the value of the land, the value of the buildings, the status of the property. That's received July, August, and then we use that with the fall tax billing. Just to give you some numbers based off of the 2023 digest, the increase in the 23 digest over the 22 digest, of that increase, 22% of the increase was new value or new construction, or it could have been a renovation, and then 78% was revaluation. So we're all accustomed to getting our tax assessment from the county, and you may not have done anything to your house, but just the nature of the market may have resulted in a reassessment and an increase in value. Also, the total of the digest in 2023 was almost $3.1 billion. And the breakdown of that is 24% commercial, 76% residential. And I do want to highlight and recognize that those numbers for decades, those numbers were really unchanging, 15%, 85% residential. And so we've been really pleased, really over the last decade, to see that number move and to really shift the property tax burden a little bit away from the residential property owner. And this is just a reminder, in terms of, we had the digest, we set a millage based off of the digest, and just a reminder that there is a state law, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, And, all levying, recommending and levying authorities, including cities and school boards, must comply, with an advertising and hearing requirements. And that's, a state law, but also, per, the request of DeKalb County. All of that information we do turn into DeKalb County. But it's a pretty strict process in terms of, even if you don't change the millage rate, but the tax digest goes up, you find yourself advertising a tax increase. So the property tax billing, this is handled by the city of Decatur, for the city as well as for the school system. And just a reminder, of course, DeKalb County prepares the property values or the digest. They prepare that, every property, they determine what the fair market value is, that's 100% value, and then it's converted to an assessment ratio of 50%. Not every community in the state uses 50%. You may be more familiar, say, with DeKalb County. They use a 40% assessed value to which they apply the millage rate. And of course, when we calculate an individual's tax bill, that is the number that results from the millage rate multiplied by the assessed value. And of course, the assessed value may be reduced based off of any number of homestead exemptions that the individual property owner may have. Of course, a reminder, homestead exemptions are for residential property owners who own and reside in the home. We do bill in 2 installments each year, and so we will be sending out the first installment tax bill in the 1st of April, due in June, and then the second bill goes out in October, and that is due in December. And just as a reminder, that first installment, so this first installment bill that is going out, we, at least internally, we refer to it often as an estimated tax bill, because it is using millage rates and assessed values from the previous year. While it's a 2024 billing, of course, we don't have the 2024 digest, and the millage rates are set at a later date. But it is the calculation of the 2023 property values or 2023 millage rate, and then divided in half. And here I just want to highlight the collection rate. So all of these other numbers, the numbers I really want you to see are the total collections and the collection rate this past 2022, 99.8. Probably by this time, if not sooner, we would actually be at 99.9% collection rate. And I will say that I've got that number in front of me, but I know that our friends at the county do not achieve a collection rate that high. So just want to make sure that you all know that Russ and his staff do an incredible job of not just sending out the bills, but making sure that we are collecting all of the taxes that are due to the city. And quite often those that fall into, less than 0.1%, a lot of those have title issues, and where it's nearly impossible to track down an owner. And we collect, as the money comes in, like I said, we have the due dates in June and December, but we are receiving payments on a daily, weekly, daily basis, and we disperse those funds to the school system on a monthly basis. So most of what I've been talking about, when we talk about property tax, we're talking about real property. So again, real property is the land and the buildings that we can see throughout the community, and that is the bulk of the tax revenue that we receive, the bulk of the tax revenue that the school system receives. We also bill for what's called personal business personal property taxes. So the furniture, fixtures, equipment owned by businesses. We bill for public utilities. So those top three are the ones that we actually, send bills for. The intangible taxes, property transfer taxes, motor vehicle tax, and railroad equipment tax. Those are, billed by the county. They're sent to us by the county, by DeKalb County, each of those. And in addition to taxes, there are some other revenue sources that are shared with the school system. So the school bus camera associated with running or passing a stop school bus, those citations, the revenue from those citations is shared with the school system. And also, any alcohol-related revenue, so our excise taxes and alcoholic beverage license fees are also shared, 50% shared with the school system. And you saw that high percentage collection number earlier, and that is because of our delinquent tax collection process. We have an annual billing ordinance that's adopted by the City Commission, and is actually based off of state law that lays out, not just the due dates, but any penalties and interest associated with missing those due dates. And so that was actually just recently adopted by the City Commission for the 2024 billing. We do schedule a tax sale each year, and it's normally held in August. And our goal, though, is to not have any properties in that tax sale. And I can tell you for my career, over 26 years, we have never sold a tax. Really, we're selling tax deeds, and we have not sold a tax deed on an owner-occupied home. So we work really, really hard to make sure that, owner-occupied homes, that we do find a way to work with the person that's living in that home, to make sure that, that they're able to get their taxes paid. And then, of course, as I said, we send, monthly payments over to the school system, and any revenue that's collected from the delinquent collections is also included in those disbursements. And then finally, just kind of a grab bag of topics, just as a reminder to the school board. The school does have a millage rate cap of 25 mills, and the city also, we have a millage rate cap of 18 mills. So certainly something to be mindful of, and as both parties are setting the tax rate. And the school is what is referred to under state law as a recommending authority as it relates to the millage rate. And so when the millage rate is set by this body, you are then recommending that rate to the city commission, and then the city actually levies that millage rate. And under the charter, it does say that the city or the city commission shall levy what is recommended to the commission. And also just want to bring to your attention that you may very well be aware of that there's some state legislation out there that may be a cause for concern. SB 349 is a mandatory floating exemption that would limit reassessment growth to 3%. And so even if the market would support reassessments greater than 3%, which has been our experience as a community for at least the last decade, the growth has been over 3%. There would be a floating exemption that would limit each property owner's taxable increase to 3%. And then if you look back up at that 25 mil cap, you could see how ultimately there could be a bit of a conflict. I could envision other communities seeing this law and recognizing, okay, so there's a limit on the growth of the digest, then we'll increase the millage rate, to generate the funds that are needed to operate this organization. But in communities with caps, I think that, you know, it makes that scenario and, it makes it just a little more difficult. And then there's House Bill 1185, and my understanding of that is that's a voluntary floating exemption that's based off of the inflation rate. So that one doesn't cause as much concern because as it's written, at least as it was written last week, it was a voluntary measure that community could opt in. And I do also want to commend the school board as well as the city commission for keeping homestead exemptions up to date. Analyzing, reviewing, making sure that they are that they're remaining current, that they're adjusting as the economy shifts. And I know that obviously both parties are going into this current tax year with new some expanded exemptions. So certainly want to emphasize that I believe that the school board and the city commission do try to do the right thing as it relates to homestead exemptions without necessarily needing to have state legislation to force that. And I believe that was the last slide. So I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have, or Mr. Madison will be happy to answer any questions you may have. I know we are answer questions this evening, and we're always available to you and to your staff. And I do want to recognize Ms. Broom, that she and Mr. Madison work very closely together. It's very much a partnership, especially when it comes to the tax billing and providing information to your staff that they need, especially in terms of preparing the budget request.
I have a question. Are apartments included in commercial, or are they included in residential?
Well, let me just say generally, so DeKalb determines whether it is residential or commercial. That's part of what's included in the digest.
Okay.
But I believe those apartment buildings and the mixed use generally come in as commercial.
Okay. Right. I was excited to see the 15 to 24. I was going to ask that question. You threw that out there, which is really good. Did he talk about a goal? Are we going to see more commercial, or?
No, there's not a target goal. It's just to continue to move that number to reduce that burden. So for for a community our size, we are heavily reliant on residential property tax revenue, and so we don't have a target, but we like to see that commercial number go up.
And then those total numbers on slide 5 on the city brings in, is that city and schools bring in, or is that just what the city brings in? That was your, you told us to look at the far right column.
Oh, right. I believe that's the total, the total tax levy on all taxes.
Okay, that's all.
All taxes.
All right, great.
Right.
That was it.
So, quick question, a little bit related, and we may not know this yet, but the 22% new as opposed to residential reevaluations, is that, you think, a sustainable number, at least for the next few years, or do we think that might come down? Like, what's the rate of large-scale, apartment development, for example?
I do think that number is sustainable.
Okay.
And I'm not sure what is going to happen with the 2024 digest, but even looking forward to 2025, based off of the building permits, the building permit revenue right now is far exceeding the current budget. And so I guess think about, so the current budget is based off of the actual that we received, last year in 22-23, and, or, 22-23. And, so we may see that number dip slightly, the 22% new value. But again, I think we're gonna see it in 2025, go back up a bit. But I think it's always gonna be, kind of balanced. That again, I mean, we're older, built out urban community, and most of our opportunity for growth is with, it's gonna be reassessment. There's just not a whole lot of opportunity for that new value.
Well, I don't mind it at the 22%. I just remember the few years where a lot of the redevelopment was residential redevelopment, and everybody's set price around it will jump as well, which is why that was a little bit difficult. But so these numbers, especially with some of the apartments and that construction, that's helpful too.
I think that's a reasonable number to continue to expect something in that ballpark.
Is that so the 25 mil cap, is that set locally at the county level or the state level for our community?
It's in the city's charter.
It's in the city's charter.
And that ultimately would be a state process.
To adjust, yeah. This is not really a question, mostly a comment, but I am familiar with a number of communities and states, frankly, whole states that had to go through very painful processes to remove the cap growth limitation on property valuation. So, certainly hope that we don't see the mistake get made here and us have to go through a difficult process to unwind that. So, I think it's going to be the case that if they do impose that, we will be having to have a conversation about that millage cap.
Tracy, you have something?
Yes, the, SB 349, will that be in effect for the next tax collection?
My understanding, if that passed, it would be in effect, January 2025.
Okay. So are we considering that in our numbers, or?
It has not passed as of yet.
And it would be the following budget.
Following budget.
And I will also say, from the city standpoint, we have not made any adjustments to our budget based off of the possibility. It has been a conversation. We had an all-day budget meeting today, and, this was something that we discussed as a possibility. But, we have not incorporated any changes into our budget. I think it would be premature at this point.
Yeah.
All right, so thank you so much, Ms. Arnold, for the visit to our board meeting today and the presentation. The information regarding our tax collection and billing was definitely informative, and we, Dr. Broom and I, look forward to presenting CSP's tentative budget to the City Commission on May 20th.
That'd be cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Yeah, look forward to that presentation in May. Dr. Whitaker, move on to the next presentation.
Yes, Chair Herndon, Dr. Lomita Broom will present the second draft of the preliminary FY25 budget. She will incorporate answers to questions submitted by the community via our feedback form into her presentation. Additionally, Dr. Broom has spoken to many of the constituents who submitted comments. So she's had phone calls and meetings virtually with them.
Good for you.
Good evening again. This is the second draft of the fiscal year 25 preliminary budget. The budget is built around the district's strategic accelerators and has equity woven throughout. This slide is a snapshot of the current fiscal year 2024 budget and actual revenue and expenditures as of February 28, 2024. The district has received 73% of the budgeted revenue due primarily to receiving 92% of local property tax revenue. The district has expended 50% of the budgeted expenditures, which is normal for this time of the year. A large portion of the expenditure budget will be accrued at year end for 10-month employees' July and August salary. Based on where we are, or where we were as of February 28, 2024 in the budget, fiscal year 2024 projection is that local property tax receipts will come in about $2.4 million short, and other local revenue will come in approximately $600,000 over, which would result in the district receiving 98% of the budgeted revenue for fiscal year 24. Based on spending patterns and vacant positions throughout the year, it is projected that approximately $2 million may be underspent in expenditures. 10 vacant teacher positions throughout the year would equate to approximately $1 million. If the projections were to be correct, the fiscal year 24 ending fund balance, highlighted in yellow on the bottom table to the right, would increase from $14.9 million to approximately $15.1 million. Again, these are just projections, and as we get closer to the end of the year, projections will be revised to reflect more accurate numbers. The board's primary priority for fiscal year 2025 was cultivating and retaining quality professionals by offering a competitive compensation package. Majority of the fiscal year 25 budget feedback that I have received from stakeholders have been in reference to competitive salaries for teachers. The options under consideration for a competitive salary package is for all non-instructional employees to receive a minimum salary increase of 5%. For employees paid on the teacher salary scale, two options are under consideration. Option 5, which has the fiscal impact of approximately $5 for teachers to receive a 5% salary increase and an increase in the teacher's entry-level scale from $50,947 to $55,200. And option 7 has a fiscal impact of approximately $4.7 million for teacher salaries and benefits, which includes a 5 to 15% salary increase for teachers and an increase in teachers' entry-level scale from $50,947 to $57,000. As previously stated, to ensure competitive salaries, the fiscal year 25 budget was built based on all employees, including non-instructional staff, receiving a minimum of 5% increase. This slide shows the fiscal impact of the 5% salary increase for administrators. The fiscal impact for salaries and benefits for all cabinet positions is $93,801. With a 5% increase, chief positions will remain the lowest paid in the metro Atlanta area. The fiscal impact for salaries and benefits for principal positions is $106,260. With a 5% increase, principal positions will be ranked as the second lowest in the metro Atlanta area. The fiscal impact for salary and benefits for assistant principal positions is $159,590. With a 5% increase, assistant principal positions will be ranked second and third highest in the metro Atlanta area. The total fiscal impact for cabinet positions, principals, and assistant principals is $359,651. The governor's budget should be approved by the end of the month. April's presentation will reflect any budget modifications required for the state budget. The tax assessor has provided the district with a projected tax digest growth of 4%. Based on the projected 2024 tax growth and the assumption that the millage rate will remain at 20.30, the district's revenue from property taxes would increase by $2.3 million. Although the millage rate will remain at 20.30, the increased property value will generate additional revenue. Previously, we have not received any communication from the tax assessor on the projected tax growth. However, due to establishing intergovernmental relationships, we received the conservative projection from the tax assessor. I reference the 4% projection as conservative based on the historical trend of the tax increase over the last 4 years, as shown on the bottom row labeled net taxes percent increase. For the last 3 years, the tax percent increase has been double digits. In 2020, the increase was 7.25%. If the digest comes in at an 8% growth, this would decrease This would increase revenue by an additional $2.3 million.
Keep going. Thank you.
This slide shows the fiscal year 25 preliminary four-year budget for option 5. Local property taxes have been adjusted to reflect a 4% growth. Other local, which includes ECLC tuition, transportation fees, surplus property sales, facility rentals, alcohol taxes, and miscellaneous fees, is increased by 1.4% each year, and a 2% increase in QBE from fiscal year 26 to fiscal year 28. The major expenditure categories include operational costs, salaries and benefits, as listed for option 5, and the 5% increase for all non-instructional positions. I received budget feedback from stakeholders inquiring about where salaries were in the budget. So I want to clarify that salaries and benefits are included in the function category. There's an appendix at the end of the presentation that identifies what is included for each function category. All expenditure categories include a 3% across-the-board increase from fiscal year 25 to 26, and a 3.5% increase across the board in fiscal year 27 and 28. In fiscal year 24, the state announced the increase in non-certified health benefits from $940 per month per employee to $1,580 per month. The increase was phased in gradually, with the first increase of an additional $250 per member per month in January 2024. The increase in non-certified benefits will be built in the budget for fiscal year 25 and is shown for fiscal year 26 and 27. By fiscal year 28, non-certified positions health costs will be $1,580 per month per employee, or $19,900 per employee per year, which includes the additional annual amount of $940 that the district contributes. The box to the right is fund balance and the district's projected financial capability to sustain the increases. The fiscal year 24 projected ending fund balance is $14.9 million, as shown in the second column highlighted in green. Fiscal year 24 projected ending fund balance is fiscal year 25 projected beginning fund balance. Fiscal year 25 projected expenditures is $871,861 more than the projected revenue. This means the district will be deficit budgeting, and the difference will need to come from the fund balance. And looking at fiscal year 25 through fiscal year 28, the district is deficit budgeting by subtracting the increase in expenditures from the fund balance. Earlier on the fiscal year 24 projection slide, I discussed that vacant positions resulted in savings for the district, and those funds are added back to the fund balance. For fiscal year 24, the current savings in vacant positions is $850,000. At the end of the fiscal year, the projected end fund balance is going to increase due to vacant positions. However, the variances in revenue will offset the expenditures. The district is not going to be 100% fully staffed at all times. There will always be some vacancies in the budget. In fiscal year 23, salaries and benefits came in approximately $1.6 million less than budgeted. One of the contributing factors to this was the vacant custodian positions in maintenance and operations, which came in under budget by a little over $500,000. Since this time, the district has reallocated those funds to cover the contracted costs for custodian services. In fiscal year 22, salaries were approximately $765,910 less than budgeted. In fiscal year 21, salary and benefits were approximately $309,000 less than budget. In fiscal year 20, salaries and benefits were approximately $1.6 million less than budget. And in fiscal year 2019, salaries and benefits were approximately $6 million less than budgeted. To ensure all funds, including those designated for salaries and benefits, are used in the best interest of the district, beginning with the fiscal year 25 budget, at midterm, vacancies will be reviewed and funds will be reallocated as needed during the midterm budget amendment process. This slide shows the fiscal year 25 preliminary four-year budget for option 7. Option 7 projected multi-year budget contained the same revenue increases as option 5. 4% increase in local property tax, 1.4% in other local revenue, 2% increase in QBE beginning in fiscal year 26. The major expenditure categories include operational costs, salaries, and benefits as listed for option 7, and the 5% increase for all non-instructional positions. 3% increase in all expenditure categories inclusive of salaries and benefits for fiscal year 26, and 3.5% increase in fiscal year 27 and 28, and increase in healthcare for non-certified. As shown on the column on the right, highlighted in yellow, this option will result in deficit budget for over $3 million from fiscal year 25 to 28. The ending fund balance is drastically reduced each year with a projected ending fund balance of negative $3,841 in fiscal year 28. In order to sustain option 7, an increase in millage rate would most likely be required. The governor is proposing a $2,500 raise to the teacher salary scale, and the state has provided notification that the employer contribution rate for health benefits for certified employees will increase again from $1,580 per month for each enrolled employee to $1,760 per month for each enrolled employee. This would equate to an increase of $180 per month and $2,160 per year for each employee. I adjusted option 5 with the increase because the district is in a better financial position to sustain option 5 than option 7. Fiscal year 25 revenue and expenses have been adjusted to reflect the increase. The increase in health costs for certified employees will be covered with an increase in QBE revenue for all positions funded in the general fund budget. The $2,500 salary increase is also built into the state's revenue for earned positions per the QBE formula. The district has 536 positions paid on the salary scale. Of those 536 positions, 390.25 positions are earned per the QBE guidelines and will be funded through QBE allocations. The remaining 145.75 positions are not earned, and the $2,500 salary increase will need to come from local funds if all positions paid on the state salary scale are given the $2,500 increase. Local funds will also be required to cover the increase in TRS for unearned positions, which increases with salary increases since it is a percentage of salary. The state does not pay FICA and therefore the general fund. After adjusting revenues and expenditures to reflect the increase, expenditures exceed its revenue by approximately $1.45 million, as shown in the table to the right, highlighted in yellow. This budget represents the worst case scenario. Be mindful that revenue is projected, and as stated previously on the slide with the tax digest growth, the 4% is extremely conservative. Based on the historical growth, it may be closer to 8%, which will result in an additional $2.3 million, which, when combined with the savings from the fiscal year 24 budget, will eliminate the deficit budget for all 4 years. Additionally, if the tax digest came in and deducted $1.5 million from the fund balance would drop to 11%, which is still within the 4 to 15% fund balance range as specified by board policy. Prior to the board's final adoption in May, we will have the actual tax digest amount. Budget highlights are similar to those discussed last month. State increases in TRS and health benefits, governor's proposed $2,500 increase in the state salary schedule. In addition to the governor's proposed increase, salaries include a minimum of a 5% increase for all employees and step increases for eligible employees. Modified zero-based budgeting resulted in savings right under $500,000. We have built a budget with instructional reserve. 3 administrative positions have been added to the budget to increase operational efficiency. Our goal, as always, is to maintain a fund balance between 4 and 15%. The budget process started in November, and we have had multiple discussions and presentations. Next steps will be the proposed tentative budget that will be presented next month in April.
I'll defer to others first.
Thank you, Ms. Bellaire.
Before I do,
No, please.
do we know how many people filled out or, took advantage of the CPAC?
It's probably been about 30. I've had conversations, with about 15, and others responded by email.
The 2% increase in QBE, is that just a typical increase?
That's just a projection.
And, okay, the governor's money, is that like so that's basically like the $1,000 that.
So the $1,000 was a bonus.
Yeah, I know, I mean, the similar concept in that the governor is saying, we're gonna give $2,500 for this allotment of employees.
Correct.
Okay. And so that $2,500 would be in addition to any other salary increases we're committing. Correct. But then what we have to do, like we did with the $1,000 bonus, is make up the $2,500 that the governor's not allotting for the 145. And then, and I'm sorry, I may have missed this in the background, what informed the step increases for certain positions? And I can look that up if there's more information involved there.
No, there's a maximum number of steps. Yeah. So there's 20 steps, and you're on step 20.
Yeah, okay.
Just along those lines, I have larger things. I didn't think that was true, because if I look at the governor proposal plus option 5, the QBE is the same as not the governor's option. Wouldn't QBE go up because we're getting 2,500 more per teacher?
40.
40. So I'm just looking at FY 25 then. Okay.
Because it's 40.
Got it. Okay. But not for 24?
No, not this fiscal year.
Okay.
I do have one more question.
Just related to that, and then I'll yield. Does this QBE include our projections for our reassessment of schedule?
No.
It's conservative, but yes, I took that into consideration, considering our enrollment is declining.
And it does, but you realize it's not going to impact FY 25.
Understood.
But in the outer years, yeah.
And again, this may have been covered in November. Do we know what accounts for that disparity between the principal salaries and the assistant principal? 'Cause if I heard you correctly, with one of these options, our assistant principals would be in the second highest paid, but our principals are still going to be some of the lowest paid comparatively.
Ms. Walker?
For the total compensation, it depends on what we were looking at. The first one was really the salaries only, and then the on the right, it was the total compensation. Remember, that was the benefits, the FICA, CRS. So all that just plays into what the district is paying toward that
salary. So this is a loaded question, because I actually know the answer. But, I mean, historically, have we ever, in the last 10 years, only increased by 4% on the, and so the forecasting, we actually are pretty comfortable in terms of assuming it's gonna be a fair bit more than that. Yeah, that's kind of important. And so for the option 5 plus the governor's plan, that 1.4 deficit, and then when we assume the 850 capacity, we're going to be in a position to look at this without having to consider millage. And in fact, we actually may be in a position to consider this with also a millage reduction. I know you're not allowed to comment that, so I'm just saying that out into the ether. Then I had a question, if we could actually look at the principal salary, the ones that were there. I understand the logic to talk about a 5% salary increase kind of across the board. It simplifies things. But why would we not look at this in terms of position on the ladder, regardless of what that percent increase was or was not, right? So if I looked at this and I said, I want our chiefs to be, this is going to be a multi-year process to get everybody kind of up on this ladder. But if I said I don't like chiefs at the bottom, we ought to be thinking about moving them to at least a third position, similar to some of the other positions on this.
Yeah.
That also assumes that these other counties don't put anything into that.
Yes.
Yes.
So, great question. What I would say is that 2A was the most aggressive but still yet conservative way to look at all non-teaching positions. So non-teaching positions is anyone who's not in the classroom. And so I can run numbers. I actually have some numbers in my office that would change their ranking. But when looking at year-over-year impact, it could be a multi-phased approach. So if in this first year, I want to concentrate heavily on changing the rankings of teachers based upon board input, this is the plan that we have. But I would say that next year, you need to then take a look at those at the administrative scale, but still being fiscally conservative and sound, knowing that we are where we are, and it's unknown what the future will hold economically. But if the board would encourage changing that chief look, because everyone else has moved, and as far as ranking, from the teachers, even your assistant principals and your principals, but you can still see where chiefs have not.
So again, speaking for me, I'd be very interested in the rest of the board's thinking on this, but rather than talk about a flat percentage salary increase, I would be much more interested to have a conversation about what does it take to move categories up on this table. Like, if we say year one, let's get everybody at least to the third from the bottom. Year two, get everybody to the sixth or whatever. What would that look like over time?
We ran a 25%, it was almost 25%. Like I said, I have a printout of what it would be in my office. But I believe it was about a 25%. Just so what I want the community to understand, when you are looking at the number of individuals that you're applying a percentage to, that ultimately changes your fiscal impact versus when you're taking a percentage and then you're applying it to, say, 600 people. So that's where the fiscal impact is. It requires a greater percentage, but that is one of the reasons why districts are ranked where they are, just because they understand the need for that talent.
I think we're being super conservative with the 4% and the projections.
Okay.
I mean, like a 4% growth digest, which is what we heard from DeKalb County writ large. I think we're being conservative there. I think 2% QBE, given changes, given conversations, I think that's being conservative. I think a duty of the superintendent is to streamline some of what's going on in CSD over the next few years. Like,
I will be.
So the question, James, is if she went back and made a little bit more aggressive of an adjustment, do you think that would change your mind and get you to that 7 option? Or do you still think that it may not get us there and we'd still be looking towards like fiscal year 28, it would not be sustainable?
I'm close to being fine with option 7 now, just to put all of my cards on the table. I think that we're being very conservative with the ingrowth we're taking. I think that the impact of that is like through the next 4 years, we're underpaying staff. I think that we've got to pay people more across the board to do the quality of job as we continue to make streamlines and cuts, and we are very heavy in some places, and some attrition will take care of that. But the reality is we're asking a lot of people, and it's embarrassing how low we even will be at the scale. And so I want to empower you to, well, I would love to see God, I hate putting more work on you because this is fantastic. Like, if the digest is at 8% and we go with option 7, are we sustainable in 5 years?
But just very, very quickly,
I know.
It's kind of critical to interject this point into here. First of all, option 7 is only really cranking the teacher salaries, and they're already moving up into the top quintile in the rankings. So we don't actually have an option in front of us that moves the administrative staff up that level. The second point, and probably the far, far more important point that we have to keep in mind here, is that if the digest comes in at 8%, and we take that digest at 8%, that $2.3 million extra dollars is still a tax increase. So sustainable if we crank taxes, but that is the balance of fiscal conservatism that we're trying to.
That's not quite fair. It's also a tax increase at a 4% digest.
It is, I agree with that.
And
Don't do a tax increase
We still call
at
it that if we have it earmarked for that, though. We're still calling it a tax increase?
At 4% growth, any growth in the digest that we take is a tax increase. That is a tax increase. That is the people paying more taxes.
The only way we don't have those meetings is if they come back, but the rollback rate is X. Would you like to use that? And that would keep revenue from property taxes flat for FY '25 versus FY
I am not suggesting that that is the approach that we take, but we have to be aware of the fact that that $2.3 extra million that we're talking about, if we assume 8,
right,
is coming from citizens' pockets. It is a tax increase, and so we just have to be cognizant of that.
Right.
So we ran the numbers of option 5 with the governor's
Yeah.
work. I think we need to do due diligence and run option 7 with the governor's proposal. I will also provide a more aggressive look at the administrative staff increases and knowing what that will provide in a very similar format than what we have there. So we're looking at an option 7 or FY '25 governor proposal plus option 7 for next month. And we're also looking at adjusting some of the salary scales and offering for the principals as well as the administrative staff to be more competitive, and then bringing that with a bow on it for discussion for next month. Is that what I'm hearing?
To be very clear, I started off just thinking, last board session said, can we afford option 5? I only spoke because I initially wanted to say, I think we can definitely afford the governor's proposal plus option 5.
Okay.
Just to be very clear, I will be happy with that. Here's my caveat. I would like to sort of almost announce in this calendar as we talk about it, like, how are we going to make these fixes?
Yeah.
Because you and I have said it, and we pointed out right there. The issue with this salary table is, where did it come? I mean, it's the that are more frustrating than anything else. Like, if you have the right type of degree and you're good, then you're making a lot in Decatur, but don't do that. Like, who came up with this mission? It just is created. So that plus looking into cuts where they're appropriate and that sort of stuff. I'm not necessarily like, oh my God, we need option 7, because Hans is not wrong. He just only brought it up at one point. There you go. Sorry.
So I want to speak to some of the things that I know I've been talking to our board chair about, specifically around scenarios where we pose a school allotment guideline. So school allotment guideline identifies the number of professionals, i.e. teachers and all of the others, that would be in a school based upon the school's enrollment. Well, in a K-2 class, the minimum number of students per state guidelines for the State Department of Education has to be 15 to 17. So if the class is lower than 15 in kindergarten or 17 in first or second grade, we do not receive funding for that class. In that same token, the school allotment guideline is also saying that the max class size would be 23. That means we would not go over 23. This type of document, and I'll just kind of show it visually, it's on our website, but this document really helps us to understand where we could be overstaffed and where we could be understaffed. And when you have a declining enrollment of students, you must be very thoughtful about the allocation of staff. Very similarly, we've benchmarked our Wilson Center staff numbers to similar districts of our size in the metro. That also, you see, their scales. There are places where we are also understaffed. So in the upcoming year, I will lean more, even more, into organizational effectiveness by looking at where we're overstaffed and when we're understaffed. So I'll do that in a few ways. One, by conducting an analysis of the jobs at central office to look for any redundancies and to provide clarity. Additionally, ensuring that this board actually adopts this school allocation guideline. Because when you understand the school allocation guideline, you really understand how we are getting to the numbers of individuals in schools, which ultimately gets us to the QBE earnings, which gets us to how we actually create that revenue. All of this is true, transparent, fiscal responsibility, which is what we have to do. So these are some of the ways that I will be leaning more into it next year. And based upon the board feedback, we will provide a couple of different options and ways to look at it by certain increases, as well as a more in-depth look into option 7 with the governor's proposal. Because realize, even a week ago, we didn't know what the governor's proposal is. As that information is made, known to us, it updates what it is that we're able to provide to you and obviously to the public.
I just want to acknowledge this when we take a look at option 5 plus the governor's proposal.
Mm-hmm.
We are in this budget, there is no scenario, or I should say this, our minimum scenario in this budget is to take our teachers from the bottom quartile and move them into the top quintile. It is a dramatic shift on the chart, even option 5, right? So I want us to be cautious about not looking this at like, this is a win. This is an enormous move for our teachers that we have not done recently. And so it's something obviously we have to look at over multiple years because other school systems are going to respond to us to stay up in that top quintile.
Right.
But our objective of moving our teachers from the bottom of that pay scale to the top, we're accomplishing that in this budget, even at option 5. So that should not view that as anything other than a win for our teachers.
And I just wanted a clarification, Hans, on your suggestion that instead of giving raises to certain administrative titles, that we change those titles, we move them up?
No, I meant instead, can we look at the administrative one specifically? Instead of saying, well, across the board, we're going to do a 5% raise, right? Because across the board, confuse me all the time. Instead of saying across the board, it's going to be a 5% raise, which may or may not move people up that ladder. We would say by each position, what would it take to move that group of people up to the next position? position. And it may be 5% at some of those positions. It may be 8% at some of those positions. Maybe 25%, I think, at some of those positions. But what would it take, if our objective is to get our people, much like with the teachers, to move them from the bottom quintile to the top, what would it take to move some of the folks on these ladders from the bottom, at least up positions over the next couple of years so that they also are up in the top? And that's probably not a flat raise. This is probably a nuanced based on position.
To put it in very simple terms, the principal at the high school is grossly underpaid. The assistant principal in elementary schools are actually doing okay. Instead of just saying 5% across the board, maybe we should target that principal.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and that's what I was going on that rant about, like, when you look at our scale, it's kind of willy-nilly who gets paid what and where was that and that sort of stuff.
What that was the difference between an engineer trying to explain something and an actual former teacher trying to explain something. So I would acknowledge that, I'm taking some notes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm just here to get principal school a raise, that's really it. I'm just kidding.
I think that also means taking into account inflation, that even the person that's sitting at that top position still needs some, 2 to 3% adjustment over time. Otherwise, you're giving that person a pay decrease, especially. But I agree, some people need more, a 5% increase may be more of a jump for some of these people than others, but everybody deserves something. It shouldn't be that just because you're sitting in the top 2 or 3% of, top 2 or 3 rankings that you get nothing. Everybody deserves something. And like I said before, it's also assuming that these rankings don't change because these other districts may be having the exact same conversation about what they're putting into their adjustments as well.
One other question about this,
Sure.
So back to the 536 and 390.25 is TBE funded and 145.75 is not. So are all 536 of these positions classroom teachers?
No.
Are all 390.25 classroom teachers?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Broom, Dr. Whitaker, for the second draft. Community, please, your feedback is sought. The website, we have the presentation and link are on the website's rotator. At the top, it's also under the news section and on the finance page. And per our calendar next month, we will tentatively approve the FY25 budget. As promised, I'd like to make a motion that we amend the agenda to move public comment to right now so that we can begin at 6:30. For those who have signed up who may attend online, I make the motion, I guess, right there. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, second. Thank you, Ms. James Johnson. Any discussion of that? Okay, I'll just say that was come from last week. We publicized will happen at 6:30. If y'all are okay with the motion, we'll do it at 6:30. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. So moved. So the agenda is amended to public comment to occur at 6:30 p.m. Just a second. All right. Dr. Whitaker, do we have anyone signed up for public comment?
We do. The first person that is signed up is Emily Silver.
Yes, I'm sorry. I have a long thing, but she started. You have 3 minutes. You cannot yield the floor to anyone else. If you get rude, I will stop you.
Hello, my name is Emily Silver, and I am a junior at Decatur High School. I'm on the Student Government Association, and I am president of the Jewish Student Union. I'm here tonight to give you, the board, an insight look on Decatur High School from the perspective of a Jewish student. First of all, I would like to thank you for taking the time to listen to myself, my peers, and the rest of our community. I would like to begin by saying over the past few months, I've noticed some significant positive changes in how our school and its administrators respond to the needs, safety, security, and education of our students. In particular, has been incredibly supportive of Jewish students at DHS. He has gone above and beyond to deal with some recent situations and to make sure the Jewish students feel safe at school. Despite these positive changes, I feel a more permanent action to mediate conflict must be taken. Since the Hamas attack on Israel on October 7th, my fellow Jewish students and I have faced a wave of anti-Semitism at DHS. I thought this would be impossible in a community that prides itself on inclusivity, equality, and equity. I thought that after the instances of racism last year at the school, how unified the student body was, that our community would for sure stand up to anti-Semitism. I was distraught to see how wrong I was. Since October 7th, I've had friends stop speaking to me, people scoffing at me saying, my people are committing a genocide. I've been called a murderer and a terrorist. This is not standing up for what you believe in. This is not activism. This is anti-Semitism, and this is the targeting of Jewish students. The term my people is not only demeaning, but incredibly exclusionary and further isolates Jewish students from the other students at the school. I have had the unique opportunity to work with the IB Social Studies team and administration. In many instances, they have been extremely open to what I've had to say and have taken my suggestions on how to make our curriculum more historically accurate. However, I've also been told that we cannot do widespread education in the school because it's too political. I have also been told we cannot do Holocaust Remembrance Day because it is too political. I have been told that as a Jewish student, I am not allowed to be on the student equity team, which I was a founding member of, because they are not a real minority and do not face hate in the way that others do. Anti-Semitism is not political. It is a prejudiced hate, and it is being condoned throughout the school. In speaking to you, I am asking for education. I believe that the majority of Jewish hate in schools stems from misinformation, stereotypes, TikTok, and a general lack of hate education. Social media is one of the primary sources where students gather their information and news, and as we know, it is unchecked and unreliable. As a school, it is our job to teach students how to sort through information to find what is true, especially on such a prevalent and controversial subject as this. It is also our job to teach right from wrong. Is what you're saying anti-Semitic? Why? Sometimes, even without intention, anti-Semitic rhetoric is used, and the lack of action and deliberate ignorance is the most harmful behavior of all. There should never be a situation in which students are idolizing a recognized terrorist organization. There should never be a time where students are delegitimizing the Holocaust, a genocide that killed over 6 million Jews because of their views on Israel. Jewish students should not be getting singled out, sent threatening text messages, getting verbally attacked, or face any other form of blatant anti-Semitism. It needs to end now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jacob Schmuckler. Hello, sir.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I've spoken to you before about the need to create a safe, open, and inclusive environment for all students, especially in light of the current events in Israel and in Gaza, where some students from Jewish, Palestinian, and other related backgrounds have grown to feel unsafe, unwelcome, and unable to speak their mind. I actually have not heard his remarks before, but it certainly supports that point. I've urged the board and administration to ensure that basic standards of etiquette are upheld by all and that information which is distributed either directly by teachers or staff or with their knowledge and consent meets basic standards of accuracy, truth, and fairness regardless of point of view. In recent weeks, multiple incidents, of which I'm sure you are all aware, have occurred which tested your ability and your willingness to respond to these issues, and I just want to say wholeheartedly that I appreciate your decisions to uphold these universal values. I want to convey my gratitude on behalf of many dozen parents like me for your willingness to respond and act in a manner that you did. And of course, we want to offer our continued support in further raising the bar for CSD and how we address these sensitive and often divisive issues. In that spirit, I also want to extend our existing offer to work with other parents who may not agree with our stances or beliefs on the topic, but nevertheless stand with us in supporting open and inclusive learning environments where what is taught is deeper and more nuanced history rather than half-truths and mischaracterizations, which certainly can go in both directions. I understand why the suppression of information that one deems important and is hurtful and offensive, as several parents have noted in prior board meetings. So long as we can all agree that truth, honesty, and empathy are the guiding principles for the information that reaches our students, I'm confident we can work together to build a more complete set of curriculums, timely educational programs, and other robust outlets, not just for our children, but for our entire community to learn, engage, and grow. School board and superintendent, I ask that we construct a more proactive path toward education and dialogue on this critical set of topics related to the ongoing war and the broader Middle Eastern context. Let's commit to educating our students on the history and perspectives, not just on the last 5 months, but on the last several hundred years in the region. Take, for example, the author Rashid Khalidi. He's a leading Palestinian historian and author. In his book, The 100 Years' War in Palestine, begins his telling of the relevant history in the region in 1917. Benny Morris, perhaps the leading Israeli historian, begins his seminal work, Righteous Victims, in the year 1881. Should works like these not be our guide, let us follow their lead in exploring a century plus of history, rich history, that our audience, like theirs, understands a richer and deeper past than just the modern state of the conflict, which can be extremely divisive. In closing, I ask for partnership in all directions, fellow parents, student groups, community organizations, and CSD leadership, and building new models for educating our community on what has become one of the key topics in current world events, key and one of the most complex. Let's work together to make this a reality in the coming school year and hopefully begin to heal many of the rifts that have emerged in our Decatur community since the school year began and the recent war broke out. Can we at a minimum commit to that?
Thank you.
Good. All right, I want to thank the speakers this evening, Emily and Jacob, for taking your time out to be here. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns from our communities, in particular from our students, and the strength to show up and speak. We will take your comments into the consideration. Someone from the administration will be following up with you shortly. All right, back to our agenda. Superintendent report. Dr. Whitaker, I assume you have a superintendent's report.
Yes, Chair Herndon. Good evening. March is full of celebrations. Earlier this month, we celebrated and thanked our classified employees during their week of observance. We are very appreciative to the work that they do to ensure safety and also efficiency in all of our schools. This week is School Social Worker Week, and I want to echo the remarks during their recognition earlier this board meeting. We are truly appreciative of their vital support and pearls of wisdom they provide to our students every day. In addition to these two special weeks, there are quite a few monthly observances in March. This month, we are celebrating the amazing work of our music teachers for National Music and our Schools Month. I also want to officially say Happy Women's History Month, which commemorates and celebrates the vital role of women in American history. Friday was International Women's Day, and CSD had a very special woman to celebrate. Chair Herndon, Principal Billy Heaton, and I had the greatest opportunity to join our state superintendent, Richard Woods, at Talley Street Elementary, where Superintendent Woods informed Mrs. Alicia Reno, our district teacher of the year, that she is now one of the top 10 finalists for the state's Teacher of the Year for Georgia. It was a wonderful surprise. If you could have seen the look on her face, it was precious. And congratulations to Mrs. Reno. Please know that our entire staff of CSD is rooting for you as you matriculate to the next steps in April and in May. Also, I would like to wish a special greeting to the women who serve on the Board of Education. We have Board Member Tracy, Board Member Jana Johnson-Davis, and Board Vice Chair Dr. Carmen Salton. All of these women demonstrate respect for others and respect for self. I will fold in Board Member Hans Utz and Board Chair James Herndon to recognize Board Appreciation Month. Typically, my comments do not include an excerpt from Georgia Code, and the General Assembly finds that local boards of education play a critical role in setting the policies that lead to the operation and the success of local school systems. School board members hold special roles as trustees of public funds, including local, state, and federal funds, all which we've seen today, while they focus on the singular objective of ensuring each student in the local school system receives a quality basic education. Board duties require specialized skills and training in the performance of vision setting, policy making, approving multi-million-dollar budgets, financial management, and hiring a qualified superintendent. The motivation to serve as a member of a local board of education should be the improvement of schools and the academic achievement of all students. Service on a local board of education is important citizen service. Given the specialized nature and the unique role of membership on a local board of education, this elected office should be characterized and treated differently from other elected offices, where the primary duty is independently to represent constituent views. The local board of education members should abide by a code of conduct and conflict of interest policy modeled by their unique roles and responsibilities. And although there are many measures of the success of a local board of education, one is clearly essential: maintaining accreditation and the opportunities it allows the school system students. So to continue with Board Appreciation Week, I must again thank you for upholding the duties and the responsibilities for the children of the city of Decatur. I firmly believe this Board of Education also believes all will truly mean all in CSD. Speaking of all, for inclusivity, I must also recognize that March is National Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. The annual campaign highlights how people with and without disabilities come together to form strong communities. To commemorate this month and also to live out our strategic accelerator of building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture, CSD will hold its first ever Yes, I Can Awards on Tuesday, March 19th at 5:30 p.m. in the Decatur High School Center. We expect to celebrate 30 students with IEPs who have been nominated by their teacher or principal for their academic and growth, either academically or behaviorally throughout the school year. Also, March 21st is World Down Syndrome Day. Recognizing inclusivity from women to students with developmental disabilities is definitely a way to march into March 2024. As we look to April, we know spring break plans are underway for the week of April 1st through the 5th. CSD is also counting down to the 2024 solar eclipse, which will occur on our first day back after spring break. On April 8th, residents of the northern Mexico and the United States and southern Canada will witness totality, a rare darkness during daylight, offering a glimpse of the sun's corona. Scientists suggest that this could be the best eclipse in centuries and for years to come. To ensure safe viewing of the eclipse, we, CSD, is following guidance from a collaboration from the American Academy of Ophthalmology, and thank you, Pastor Sultan, and also the American Astronomical Society to educate the public. Staring directly at the sun even during a partial eclipse can lead to permanent vision damage or even blindness. So since the solar eclipse will occur during dismissal, CSD will provide solar eclipse glasses for all students so that they can safely enjoy the event. Also know that we will give glasses to all staff. However, after students are dismissed from school as walkers or after they disembark from their buses, CSD cannot monitor nor ensure proper use of the eyewear by students. A detailed communication, including safety guidelines, will be for families beginning tomorrow. Families are encouraged to help reinforcing those safety guidelines to their students prior to and definitely on the day of the event. So, Chair Herndon, that completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. Moving on to the chair's report. As we join you in celebrating this month's observances, on behalf of my other members, I want to express sincere gratitude for our board appreciation you in providing student outcomes for all. Following executive session, we began tonight's meeting with pre-work in the spirit of School Breakfast Week, which is also celebrated this month. The board reviewed and discussed options for school nutrition policy. Our work session began with an in-depth update on the state of the operations division. The update included an overview of the status, plans, needs of school health, transportation, nutrition, safety, security, facilities, and maintenance. Gave us an update on the progress of the duplexes. Assisting in providing affordable housing in the city of Decatur is a priority of all the members as well as this board as a whole. We're pleased to see this moving forward. We also heard about the allocation of federal dollars, including the overview of the use of monies received during COVID. We approved a formal planning, programming, and budgeting system for first reading online. The adoption would mandate the production of an annual budget book, which would be the first for CSD. All of the presentations represented the board and administration's commitment to increasing transparency. We still have work to do, but I think we're moving in the right direction. Congrats to our students and staff who are recognized for their achievements today. You represent the best of CSD, and we commend you. I must also thank Andrea Arnold, our city manager, for honoring us during Board Appreciation Week with that proclamation and accepting the invitation to discuss the city's role in the distribution of tax receipts to the school district. City of Decatur's Finance Director, Russ Madison, also contributed to the discussion, and CSD CFO, I'm excited, will present at the city's board meeting in May. Look forward to enhancing our collaboration and our collective pursuit of just being good stewards of your tax-paying dollars. The city manager's presentation has been followed by the second draft of the preliminary budget. In addition to being good stewards, we realize the importance of our role is fiscal sustainability of the school district now and into the future. But we also understand our role in maintaining organizational efficiency, also attracting, retaining high-quality staff. Those are the forefront of our conversations as we're moving towards approving this final budget. As we move through the budget process, I want to remind everyone listening or following back up that all budget presentations going all the way back are available on Assembly. A link is on our website, and budget feedback form is also available for public input. I was excited to hear that 30 people have provided input, and thank you for doing so. That concludes my remarks this evening. We still have a few more weeks, but I want to wish everyone a wonderful spring break. Fellow board members, do you have any other thoughts you would like to share at this time? Hearing none, we will move to the consent agenda items, which include a school nutrition report, personnel report, monthly financial reports, overnight out-of-state student travel, and the board meeting schedule for 2024. Dr. Whitaker, do we have a monthly financial report?
Yes, Chair Herndon. Dr. Lanita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present the monthly financial report.
Again,
Good evening.
the January 2024 financial reports are located in the Assembly agenda. The general fund budget is approximately $100 million as of January. The district has collected 70%, or approximately $70.2 million of the budgeted revenue, and expended 47%, or $45.3 million of budgeted expenditures. year-to-date, which is in line with the percentage that was collected this time last year. January's revenue collections and expenditures bring the district's total general fund revenue collection to approximately $70.2 million and total general fund expenditures to approximately $45.3 million. For the month of January, there's a surplus of approximately $5.4 million, which means the district expenditures for the month were $5.4 million less than the monthly revenue. The $5.4 million will be added to the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. Overall, year-to-date, there's a surplus of approximately $25 million due primarily to the large receipt of property taxes collected. Last year, this time, the surplus was also $25 million. The surplus of revenue is normal at this time of the year and accounts for the healthy fund balance of approximately $40 million, which includes the unaudited beginning fund balance of approximately $14.9 million. Tax receipt collections will begin to drastically decrease in February. January's revenue for capital funds consists of $676,238 from earnings on investments and SLOSS 6 collections. Expenditures total $79,686. Revenue for SLOSS 6 is based on a 1 cent collection from DeKalb County sales and are trending about 7% or $560,000 less than projected. The $596,552 surplus will increase the fund balance year-to-date. Revenues have exceeded expenditures by $536,333. And the current fund balance for SLOSS 6 is approximately $8.5 million. Grant funds consist of federal, state, and local grants. Year-to-date, the district has received $469,128 in grant revenue and expended a little over $1 million. Majority of the district grants are reimbursements, meaning funds must be spent prior to being reimbursed. All grants are budget neutral. School nutrition revenue and expenditures are trending within the same range as previous years. School nutrition revenue for the month of January was $311,227, and expenditures were $230,036. The $81,191 surplus of revenue will increase the fund's balance. Overall, school nutrition has received $2 million, expended $1.5 million, which leaves a surplus of $472,249 as of January and approximately $2 million year-to-date. School nutrition is projected to spend $3.3 million this fiscal year. If there are remaining funds in the fund balance at year-end, funds that are not restricted per grant requirements will be used to purchase food and supplies for the next school year. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Broom, for the monthly update. Any comments from the board? I have a motion to approve the consent items as in your packet 1 through 5, I apologize.
Do you say you have?
I'll do it again. Do I have a motion to approve consent items 1 through 5?
Move to approve consent items.
Thank you, Board Member Utz. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Member Anderson. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Sounded like unanimous. Moving on to policy, Dr. Whitaker.
Yes, thank you, Chair Herndon. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 2 policies for second read action.
Good evening again. Thank you. Tonight we have 2 policies for second read action. First, we have policy GBKA, professional personnel layoff. No changes have been made to this policy from the version presented in work session last month. This policy has been available for public comment through Assembly. No public feedback was received. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend to approve policy GBKA, professional personnel layoff, for action.
Thank you, Ms. Lynch. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve, GBKA?
So moved.
Thank you. Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Do I have a second? you. Second the motion. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
One more. Next up is policy GARS, employee transfer. No changes have been made to this policy from the version presented in work session last month. This policy has also been available for public comment through Assembly. No public feedback was received. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend to approve policy GARS, employee transfer, for action.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy GARS, employee transfer for action? Thank you. Sound like Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Board Member Utz seconds the motion. Any discussion? Probably the worst named of any of the recommendations so far. GARS. Yeah, at least it's, yeah, good call. All right. No further discussion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We have already amended the agenda, so public comment occurred. So the next agenda item is the discussion of future dates. The next board meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, April 23rd. Remember, that is the third week in April, and it will be here at the Wilson Center, and we will follow the new board meeting cadence. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:58 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, so we won't have